Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Hello everyone, lovely to see you all. Welcome to Reimagine at 75. We are live at the Taj, home of India Global Forum.
Absolutely. Over the next day and a half, we are going to be joined by dozens of leaders from politics to business. We've got innovators, thinkers, and disruptors from the UK, India, and beyond. My name is Edie Lush.
And I'm Mark Barton, and as India marks and reflects on 75 years of independence, India Global Forum asks the questions, showcases the investments, highlights the collaborations, and seeks the solutions needed to achieve, in the words of Prime Minister Modi, a quantum leap in UK-India relations.
That is exactly right. We're going to be examining how the UK-India relationship can be reimagined beyond that blurred lens of history. Good afternoon to our online audience as well, joining us from around the world, and a particular big hello to those of you in India. If you're on social media, we invite you to follow the posts on IGF Updates. We'll also be tagging ourselves, and we'd love you to do so at UK India Week. And also, Mark, welcome to you.
Thank you very much. By the way, this is the first time we've worked together. It's going to show our age.
I know.
In 18 years.
You wouldn't believe it, would you,
18
looking
years.
at us?
We used to share a camera together, well, two cameras when we were on Bloomberg Television.
Exactly.
I was in the studio, you were in a little booth.
I was in a tiny, tiny box, whereas Mark was in the grand studio. Anyway.
So it's actually the first time we've ever met.
In real life, exactly. So today we're going to be looking at the UK-India Free Trade Agreement, asking will we see it by Diwali, as we were promised, or at least told by Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
By October, we're going to dive into digitalisation of financial systems, where Indian unicorns, as we all know, are rapidly innovating, of mobility as we move towards climate neutrality, and of healthcare, much to do there.
Exactly. In fact, we'll have tomorrow on stage Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He'll be here, Minister from India. He's called the next 10 years the Techade of India.
Yes, I love that term, Techade. And we mentioned healthcare and the massive challenges to overcome there. We won't be shying away from asking all those tough questions, not just about India, by the way. We're going to dive into the future of the UK as well. What role does Great Britain have in this new world where Brexit, shrinking challenges, supply chain, inflation, growth concerns, there's a lot on the plate of GB right now.
There is a lot. So we've got a lot to get through. So Mark, will let you take a very short break. See you back here shortly.
See you later, yes.
Global Forum, Professor Lwa. Welcome. Great to see you. How are you? We can hug. We aren't going to do any yoga on stage, though. Do you remember that one?
The first time we did this, we do yoga on stage.
It was International Yoga Day.
Yeah, good to see you.
So how's the week been going so far?
It's been fantastic. Last couple of years we've been virtual, and then we started easing off the virtual and getting into the physical. It's so great to see a packed room here and everybody in person. We started off with our cultural summit on Monday, which was a real cracker and real eye-opener for people who attended it. The real power that the UK and India could have in the creative industries if only we worked together.
Interesting.
And then yesterday, in partnership with Bloomberg, we had our Climate Finance and Technology Summit, where we had the COP26 President Alok Sharma. Mike Bloomberg also popped in to say hello. And the Indian Environment Minister. And so we had a really great conversation around climate action and how the two countries have placed climate action right at the center of their 2030 roadmap. So really great discussions and lots of practical outcomes that seem to be coming out of this.
Really fascinating. And also, it's not just what goes on in this room, but there's also boardrooms and other places where folks are networking and meeting each other. Tell us about that.
Oh, it's crazy. There are, I think, somewhere in the region of about 15 different boardrooms that are happening one after the other in this building and elsewhere, from electric vehicles. We just had a session on the diaspora, something that I think we've got a little later on around semiconductors and how India could sort of lead the way or get more investment into that. So a whole gamut of conversations.
Women in leadership.
Yes. Earlier today, we had our UK-India Women in Leadership reception, which was extremely well attended. And I made a confession that we've slipped upon our target of having 51% women speakers on the IGF stage. So I made a commitment in partnership with the 100-odd women that were there, that next year we're going to solve that to make sure that
well, we'll hold you to that. I'll be counting.
That. Absolutely.
Excellent. Anything else you're looking forward to over the next couple days?
I'm just looking forward to meeting as many people and to exchanging ideas. And you can see our logo, the India Global Forum logo, is an open speech mark. It's a conversation, and it's an open conversation. So it's only through conversation that we build understanding, and through understanding we generate the actions to achieve that quantum leap that Prime Minister Modi is expecting to see.
I love it.
UK.
Manoj, we'll get you back up here at the end of the day, but thank you so much for hosting us once again.
Thank you very much, and look forward to the conversations.
All right,
Thank
see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Well, with that, we're going to move on to our first session, which, as you can see, is all about Bengaluru to London, bringing India's startup ecosystem to the UK. And with that, let's get up our first panel. Please join us. Welcome. Thanks very much. So before we get started, it's like we have to have a little sort of wedding photo. So we're going to have a quick look at the camera. Thank you very much. Well, we've got a fantastic panel. Thanks so much. Let me introduce you, and then I'll give a little bit of a spiel about what we're going to be talking about. We have coming over from furthest away from me, the chief wizard at Builder AI, Sachin Dugal. Thanks very much for coming. We have closest to me, we've got leading unicorn investor Prashant Parkath, partner at Excel. You began investing in Indian startups in 2004, before it was hip and cool. I had looked at my notes from Bengaluru when there were 93 unicorns in India. Now there's 103, is that right? 103. Fantastic. And we also are very pleased to have Nikhil as well, Nikhil Kamath, one of the innovators from the New India Inc. Conference that I interviewed him for our Global Disruptor series. Co-founder of True Beacon and Zeroda. Over 4 million users now, Zeroda?
Yeah, I think a bit more than that.
Even more than that. Again, things tick along quite quickly, don't they? The country's largest retail brokerage platform accounts for maybe more than 18% now of India's trading daily equity volume. Well, let's start off talking about what the ecosystem looks like in India versus the UK. So, Prashant, why don't you give us a sense of how much it's changed since you've started investing, and what might surprise people in the audience?
Oh, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's really a dramatic shift that has happened in India, and one data point, and I like to use this whole UPI thing as, that's kind of a leading indicator of how digitized the country is today, right? And that makes it very very fertile for all kinds of innovation on top of that. So we are on track as a country in 2 to 3 years to do 1 billion transactions a day, right? So this is from zero.
Incredible.
In these 15 years. So that's an amazing journey, the whole India stack and what we've been able to build on top of that. The other big change is the number of people from the IITs who would actually go to the US or UK, come to UK and other places. So in a typical class, 80 to 90% of all students, especially computer science, would actually, just when they finish their IIT, go to the Valley or other places. Today it's less than 30%. So
Wow.
almost 50% of the best talent is staying back to innovate in the country. That's a second big change. Third is capital, right? So one is, like I said, the first is the digital environment. The entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial talent has dramatically changed for the better. And third is capital. So I think this, what's happening geopolitically and in China, the whole China plus one need that investors see, I think has again shifted a lot of capital to India. And we are the preferred destination, which has the right domestic market, it has the right entrepreneurial talent, and the openness. I don't think there's another country that is as open for foreign capital and foreign innovation to come in, and this kind of then becomes naturally a very nice corridor for innovation, which I don't think there's any other country that offers that.
All right, so Nikhil, is that true? Nowhere else could you operate like you do with the capital, with the talent, with the openness? Do you feel like Bengaluru is the best place for you to be?
Yeah, I think above all, the number of people we have in India, I think often we don't pay enough attention to that, but a product built in the UK being sold in the UK, you can sell to maybe 60 million people, and India has like 1,400 million people. Barring India and China, it's very hard to get a market which could be that big, especially if you're a B2C business like we are. There are many other things which are unique to Bangalore. I would say more than everything else, the thing that matters to me, and I know Prashant is from Bangalore as well, is there is a lot of camaraderie. I think people in the tech space or people in the startup space do not as much as compete with each other, but support each other. And we're all one ecosystem and we are friends. And it's really nice to live there and kind of like work with these people. And I think that maybe we don't find.
Hang on, are you saying there's no competition, that it's just a very jolly, happy family when you walk down and you see your chief competitor, you just go, oh, hey, how are you? Here's some trade secrets.
Yeah, I mean, I know the British are known for being civil and sarcastic behind, but I think
I'm American.
But I think Indians have mastered, at least Bangaloreans have mastered the art of meeting your competitor, giving them a hug, and we're probably learning from you. And,
So the other
we compete behind.
the other big difference, Nikhil, is that it really doesn't matter what money you have in that city and who you are. And I don't think there's another place, even globally today. I think Valley was like that at one point in time. So you could be just sitting next to somebody who's like a couple billion richer than you, and there's no way you'll be able to say that. And there's nothing about the demeanor or the aura, which is very different in other Indian cities. So I think there is something different about that city.
Well, speaking of other Indian cities, we can't leave Delhi out of the session, right?
Yes.
And is there friendly competition between Delhi and Bengaluru?
I think
we're so far ahead there.
So I think what you notice in a place like Delhi is, number one, it's obviously the political capital. So from a understanding and power perspective, you'll find companies generally that we may want to partner with polarize themselves between Mumbai or Delhi, one more for financial, one more for sort of the center or the business nexuses. I think for us, why we chose Delhi and we chose Gurgaon, actually to be more specific, is there are really only 2 product development hubs in the whole of India that have the necessary heft one of them is Bangalore, one is Gurgaon and NCR Delhi. And Delhi, I think, when you think about ease of access, so flying in and out, you think about the general cost. My personal humble opinion trumps Bangalore from that perspective. You know, when we've just completed a study, so we run hubs in Salt Lake City, Los Angeles, Delhi, Dubai, Singapore, and NCR. So we have like a pooled view of global talent cost. And then our expert network runs in 11 time zones. We know the cost of developers just about anywhere in the world at this point. And when we do the comparison, we've actually started to see certain European cities be on par with Bangalore in terms of cost. And then you add in the fact that you have in these really intensely competitive markets. And I know that, you know, he's friends with his competitors, but if they wanted to hire the same person, they would go 10% above each other until they got the person in, which unfortunately you've seen it in India has driven wage inflation.
Right.
You don't see this in other parts of the world. So you have a ferociously competitive market that is growing so quickly. Talent is behind. And I think there's more available talent in Gurgaon and Delhi than there is in Bangalore.
Interesting. Well, let's talk about talent.
So we'll beg to differ on that. But
as we look to reimagine the UK-India relationship, one of the things we're going to be talking about is the free trade agreement. Now, I'd love to know on immigration and on skilled visas, bringing people to the UK. What would you like to see?
So, you know, I think so we have the sponsorship set up, and especially because all of our international operations report to the UK. Most of our management team sits here. And we have found the ability to move people from our India office to here was really easy pre-Ukraine Russia issue.
Right.
At this point, everything has been pushed off and it's delayed. Though I would say that to get to that point of sponsorship, it's a fair amount of work. And it's not like it's automatic. So that free movement of talent is really important. And I give you a parallel, right? So we're opening a center in Sophia Antipolis, which is the largest tech center in Europe, outside of the UK. And everything from being able to negotiate tax credits to advanced visas to having it connect directly into the embassy in the regions you want to move folks in for. Like within a day, we were connected into the French consulate in Delhi. That level of organization, I think, is what would be great, considering the UK has these amazing trade missions around the world, to be able to connect the dot between central government and then where your principal points of business are, so you can drive that back in.
Interesting. Let's talk also a little about the economic outlook, because even from a few months ago when we met together in India, it didn't feel quite so grim. Right? We have worries about inflation. We have concerns about energy prices continuing to rise. The Federal Reserve, we know, is on the move. I wonder, Nikhil, how does it feel on the ground? There's also been a lot in the news about the number of startups losing people. What does that feel like when you're doing business day to day?
Yeah, so things are bad everywhere. I would argue they're probably worst in America. A lot of the money which came into India, which went into the startup ecosystem, was money where the cost of capital today is significantly higher than it was 6 months ago. So the risk-taking ability of this capital is bound to be lower. So I would not be wrong in maybe saying that it would be harder for companies to raise money in the next year compared to how hard it was like 1 year ago or 2 years ago. But I think this problem of inflation, all the unscrupulous activities of Federal Reserve and central banks across the world will come back and bite us, not just in America, but it will percolate down to India as well.
Interesting. Is that true? What we heard about startups not getting as much money? Are you tightening your purse strings, Prashant?
it's also a good opportunity, right? So you can no, but I think there's always in these cycles you see excesses of all kinds, right? So I think Sachin, you will agree that I think there was also maybe a little bit of the equation shifting just too much towards the talent side, right? Where talent was getting a bit cocky and lazy and pricey all at the same time. So I think a little bit of that reassessment, readjustment I think is good for the ecosystem. That's on the talent side. I think the entrepreneurs themselves, and of course, Nikhil has always from day one run a company that has been profitable, frugal, and they've been very sensible about everything. But you can't say that for a lot of the unicorns. And I think there is still, a lot of work to be done in being able to build generationally resilient, profit-making companies in India, right? So I think we have kind of indexed too much on the unicorn valuation part and not enough on other metrics that are really more meaningful. So this kind of environment kind of resets that thinking too, and it gives the opportunity for both investors and founders to take a step back and say, what are we really building here, right? Is this really truly valuable, right? What is valuable in my company today, and how do I need to reassess my burn, my business model, my trading off growth versus profitability? All very good questions. You just did not have the time to just think about them and work and actually work on them in the last it's just rara times, right? So these moments or these periods, I think, are good for the ecosystem. So I think everybody kind of gets back to some real company building.
If we go back to this idea of reimagining the UK-India relationship, Nikhil, when you think about global expansion, when you think about next steps for your companies, I know you have a CEO of one of True Beacon is from the UK, right? Well, what do you think you'd like to see, or you'd encourage your trade minister to be working on for a free trade agreement?
Yeah, I think at the very beginning, it should be a lot simpler for Indians to invest in the UK. It's not a simple problem because every country has capital controls of its own. India has its own, China has its own. We're not a truly convertible currency at our core, and the Reserve Bank of our country needs to manage how much dollar is coming into the country and how much dollar is going out of the country. So it's a complicated problem, but I think the red tape around allowing Indian corporations, entrepreneurs to invest in the UK and in other countries, that process has to become simpler. I would say likewise for Britishers, who want to come in and invest into India. Probably simpler visa norms will help both parties. Culturally, we are so tied. I mean, the UK, India. I think India has two cities outside of India. It's Dubai in the winter and UK in the summer.
Right.
And I know more friends of mine are in London right now than they are back in Bangalore, which is
interesting.
Which is like a big thing to say. So yeah, I think
the living bridge is real.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. So I think these tiny changes, which makes it easier for us to access both money here and invest money here, will make a huge difference.
Interesting. I wonder, Prashant, when you think about what you'd like to see from a free trade agreement, what's the one thing that you would add?
So I would also say that capital, I mean, if you see the amount of capital from the US that has come into India, and US and largely the Middle East. I think if you see about 90, less than 10% of our capital that goes into startups is domestic capital. 90% of the capital that gets invested in India is from the US and the Middle East. Now China, I mean, folks from China can't invest. So I think there's a great opportunity for UK to really take advantage of this huge phase in wealth building in the country, and why should it not be? Because we have, as countries, known each other, worked with each other for so long. So why is it easier for Singapore and the US and the Middle East folks to be? I think it's also about, I think people here really believing that India has arrived. So I think maybe there's a little bit of openness and belief that has to come to folks here. I think there's a little bit of, maybe like you said, the historical blurriness has to be wiped out.
Wipe it out.
Wipe it out and really take advantage of this amazing time in India.
India has arrived. Well, that could be the new tagline. You have to watch Manoj. You might see this. You might see it on the tagline for the next conference. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give them a huge round of applause. We'll let you guys take a rest, not for too long. I know that you're back up on stage. Coming up next, we're going to be welcoming to the stage Mark Barton, and he's going to be looking at our Reimagine series, Geopolitics in a New Competitive Era. And just to remind you that we are here live in the beautiful Taj Hotel, London's royal, cultural, historical, and political heartland. The Taj is such an amazing place with a strong legacy. And over the next couple days, we're going to be looking at both legacy and the future. So huge thank you to them and to all of our partners. We couldn't do this without you. So Mark will be back in just a moment.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Right, welcome back. The chatter can dissipate. I'm the chatter dissipating man. Welcome back. Very pleased to be helming, moderating, hosting this next session. Reimagine series, Geopolitics in the New Competitive Era. Sir Malcolm Rifkin, former UK Foreign Secretary and also visiting professor at King's College London. He became an MP back in 1974. 1974. I was 4 then, just so you all know. And Ashok Malik, who's our virtual guest, Policy Advisor, Ministry of External Affairs of India. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us today. So Malcolm, if I can start with you, like I said, Defence Secretary, Foreign Secretary, there are others, but there's too many titles
Thank you
to
very
list.
much.
You've seen a lot, you've worn the T-shirt, you made the T-shirt, you've experienced many, let's call them geopolitical eras. I want to start with India and the UK. How do you see the UK-India relationship right now from where you're sitting?
Well, obviously there's the historical association, and that's never going to be forgotten either by India or the United Kingdom. But what we have also is a contemporary relationship, partly through the Commonwealth, partly through shared interests. And you know, in this difficult world in which we live, India is one of the countries with the greatest potential of all. And that's seen in the United Kingdom. And let me just give one obvious example of that, at least I hope it's obvious. That, you know, there's a lot of talk about China. India is the same size as China in terms of population, actually overtaking China. It's a huge country, but it has one enormous strength that China doesn't have. India is governed by the rule of law. It has a political system which rests on the consent of the people. Now, in the modern world in which we live, that gives India a moral authority that an authoritarian state can never claim. And that is why I'm hugely confident that India will take its place, a deserved place, as one of the great nations, already is one of the great nations of the world, but one of the really leading nations of the world. And the United Kingdom, as one of the largest economies in the world, it's still a major power, not the same as it used to be in the days of empire, but still a major country. They're natural partners. The English language draws us together. I first went to India when I was a student at the age of 17. I traveled overland to India. And I've never forgotten that experience.
What are your prime memories from then, Sir Malcolm? We like to make this about the personal, the IGF. Give me a few memories from 17 in India.
Well, when we got to India, we drove all the way through the Middle East, through Iran, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan to India. And sadly, 4 days after we got to India, the Indian-Pakistani war broke out. One of the wars over Kashmir. And I was farmed out. We were all farmed out to local families. And I was farmed out to a family where the husband was a senior Indian civil servant and the wife was Scottish from Edinburgh, my hometown. So we had porridge for breakfast and curry for lunch.
Sounds like a dream.
That's what I remember.
Yeah. It's funny what one remembers. Ashok, Sir Malcolm has a wonderful, positive, all-embracing viewpoint of this UK-India relationship. How do you see things?
Thanks, Mark, Sir Malcolm, and thank you to IGF for having me here. I must confess you're not very audible. I think you're asking me for my view on the UK-India relationship. Look, this is a moment of great change for the global system and for our the UK is looking to balance its European identity and European responsibilities with a more global approach, including in the Indo-Pacific and Asia. India is trying to do just the opposite. It's trying to balance its natural home in Asia and in the Indo-Pacific with a more robust relationship with the West. I think we're both looking externally, we're both looking globally, and we see each other as natural partners. Not just in the sense of the English language, history, the Westminster model of democracy and all of that. That's a given. But quietly, despite our history, we've underperformed in terms of our bilateral, in terms of our economic relations in the past few decades, in terms of reaching anywhere close to potential on trade, on technology cooperation, and so on. I'm confident the free trade agreement we are negotiating, while it may not be a maximalist free trade agreement, would still give us enough to work on together for ourselves and for the world. And some of the crises we are currently encountering as a global community, the health crisis, including the pandemic and future pandemics and preparing for future pandemics, climate change and the need for green technologies. These are areas where India and the UK are natural partners because India has innovation capacities, as does the UK. The UK has, of course, technology which it can offer the world. And India has scale. If we work together, there's a lot we can. I'll give you one example. There's a British company called JCB, which manufactures in India. If JCB manufactured just in the UK, it would be competitive in 10 or 12 countries in the world. Because JCB manufactures in India, it can sell a British technology or British product to 100 countries. That's the sort of advantage we have if we collaborate and bring our strengths together. And that's really where the future lies.
That's interesting. Collaboration, it's so important. It's going to be something we touch on throughout the next day and tomorrow as well. So Malcolm, because the title of this is Reimagine Geopolitics, let's dig back into the geopolitics. There's going to be lots of discussions about the collaboration, technology, climate, and all those sorts of things over the next day or so. We're in an uncertain geopolitical climate, Sir Malcolm, and on our doorstep in Europe, we have a war raging, which is causing great concern. How alarmed are you by this period we seem to be living in where geopolitical tensions are on the rise, not just globally, but here on our doorstep in Europe?
I'm deeply worried by it, but one has to put these things in perspective. For most of the history of the last few hundred years, what we're seeing today is more normal than what we've seen in the last 30 years. What we had was this extraordinary episode in 1989 when the Cold War came to an end peacefully. And suddenly you had no Cold War and threat of nuclear holocaust. Communism disappeared as a meaningful entity, as an alternative economic theory that could affect the whole world as a whole. And then the Soviet Union imploded. It collapsed. It stopped being a superpower. It's today a very important power because of its military capability, but even that, as we have seen, is very limited. But it can damage, it can destroy, as it's doing in Ukraine. So there are these huge problems. But of course, the other big change, and it was bound to happen, is the growth of China. China is already the other superpower, not as strong as the United States, but moving in that direction. We shouldn't see this as some sort of miracle for the Chinese to have achieved this. The Chinese should have been economically where they are now 40 years ago. We've always known that to be the case, that the Chinese make very good capitalists when they're allowed to be so. But the lunacies of Mao Zedong prevented that happening. And why am I confident that he could have done it 40 years ago? Just look at other Chinese societies. Look at Taiwan. Look at Hong Kong. Look at other Asian societies like Japan and South Korea. they achieved all the prosperity China now has. They achieved it 40 years ago, and they didn't need to have a Communist Party dictatorship to do it. They've got democratic societies and the rule of law, and that's very relevant to India's future capability.
But
of achieving
how
the same
does
success.
China use its economic and its military power?
Well, this is a great disturbing question, because when you have a new power that has a fantastic history, but went through a period of decline, which China did for well over 100 years, now it's trying to catch up. Now it's trying to reverse what happened. That's natural. But I would say the advice that Xi Jinping should be listening to, not necessarily to the United States or to the United Kingdom, he should be listening to Deng Xiaoping, who was responsible more than anyone else for the transformation of the Chinese economy when they effectively got rid of communism and introduced what they call market economics with Chinese characteristics. And he said this good number of years ago, when China becomes economically powerful, it should not throw its weight around. It shouldn't bully its neighbors. That's what Deng Xiaoping said. And that was true of his successors until Xi Jinping. And what I think, the one final point I want to make, and I'll make it briefly on this matter, is that the real concern, if I was in Beijing, is not that the United States disapproves of us, or the Europeans disapprove of us, or dare I say it, India disapproves of us. It is the fact that China has managed, under Xi Jinping, to alienate every single one of its Asian neighbors, all the way from Japan and South Korea, through Taiwan, through Vietnam and Southeast Asia, to India itself. They all now see themselves concerned about a geopolitical threat from China. That's remarkable. Japan and India, for the first time ever, had joint naval exercises. Their two navies exercised together. What on earth have Japan and India got in common from a naval point of view, except they both share a coastline with China, a border with China? Vietnam, think of the history of Vietnam and America. Vietnamese government said publicly, we look on America today as our partner. China's the country we're worried about. So if I was Xi Jinping in Beijing, I'd be worried about that. How have I managed to alienate all these
Let's
Asian
ask
neighbors?
Ashok, you're sitting there. How has China managed to alienate many of its Asian partners?
Well, the 2 points here. One, if you take a big picture view, every century in human history has given us a few shocks. This century, the century we are in, the 21st century, has given us a series of shocks in its first 2 decades. 9/11 and the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, then the 2008 global financial crisis, which led to an economic meltdown in many parts of the world, including the West. Then the COVID disruption, and now the Ukraine war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, if you look at what happened to 9/11 and when the US and the West got enmeshed in 2 wars in the Middle East and Central Asia, and then what happened in 2008 when the economic crisis gripped Europe and the US. Both of them gave China a free run, and it accumulated material power and capacity at a much faster rate than it had thought and imagined. It was a bonanza for it. Because quite frankly, many of us, and including many of our friends in the West, took their eyes off the ball because they were occupied with more pressing challenges or proximate challenges. That has given China the sort of leverage over our lives, frankly, that it should never have got. In terms of, it used to be said in the old days, centuries ago, that all roads lead to Rome. Quite frankly, all supply chains seem to have led to China in the past 20 years or 30 years. And as we've discovered in the past 2 or 3 years since COVID hit us, you are only as vulnerable as the most vulnerable link in your supply chain. And since so many of those supply chains are now controlled by China and rest in China, we've essentially been in hock to China. And China has leveraged this this capacity, this power it has over us, including by resorting to very unpredictable behavior in the economic sphere, as well as in the military and maritime spheres and in the global commons. As the world is restructuring post-COVID and post-Ukraine, we need to ensure greater global balance. We need to ensure that the dependencies we've created vis-a-vis China do not sustain into the future, because they cannot define the rest of our century and the rest of this century. We need to regain some of that balance.
Sir Malcolm, what are the difficulties in rebalancing the world away from that, the interlinkages we have with China?
Right. It's question. It is getting a new balance, not getting out of balance.
Yes.
It is basically recognizing that China cannot simply be ignored. It's not the elephant in the, it's the elephant in the room. It's too big. It's too important. That will always be the case. But there are many areas of economic activity where, as has been said very eloquently, we cannot rely on supply chains for things that are vital to our own national interests. But I think the main determinant is whether China can be persuaded to become less aggressive to its neighbors.
Can it?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it under Xi Jinping. If you think at the moment, he is threatening to invade Taiwan at some stage. He has militarized the South China Sea, which, despite being called the South China Sea, is actually closer to Southeast Asia and Indonesia and the Philippines than it is to China. And these are all tiny little islets. And what China is seeking to do is by building, controlling these islets, and by building runways for aircraft and facilities for their naval ships, effectively they could control free passage right the way from Southeast Asia right up to Japan. And combined with, if they were ever to take Taiwan, the consequences would be dramatic. For example, the Japanese minister, with the authority of his own government, said something that has never been said since 1945. He said, if China was to attack Taiwan, Japan would see that as a threat to its own national security.
Do you really believe that China would invade Taiwan? I mean, I hate to put probabilities on things.
I hope not.
It's been discussed, but do you put it at a high probability, under 30, under 20, 40%?
Well, the Chinese Communist government have said now for 40 years, 50 years, Taiwan is Chinese, it must reunite with the motherland. Although the people of Taiwan clearly don't want that, and there are 20 million of them. Now, will China invade? Well, if they thought they could do it without too many serious consequences, then they might very well be tempted to if the Taiwanese refused to voluntarily allow themselves to become part of China. I think today, as we speak, I think the Chinese president is probably giving some careful thought to what lessons to learn from the Russians in Ukraine. Because one of the main problems the Russians had is, although they had this vast army, they'd never used it in a war of this scale since 1945. And it turned out to be a pretty incompetent army, as we have seen. China has not used its army at the global level for a major war since 1949, the end of the Chinese Civil War. And the Chinese have a problem that the Russians didn't. The Russians had many problems with Ukraine, but the one they didn't have is 300 miles of sea between themselves and Ukraine. They had a common border. Their troops could cross the border and be in Ukraine in 24 hours. The Chinese, to get to Taiwan, can only use either ships or aircraft to get their invading force. And it all depends on whether the United States means it when it says, if necessary, it would intervene to help Taiwan. And that would mean intercepting attempts to... So all these considerations have become much more relevant because of the invasion of Ukraine.
Do you agree, Ashok? I mean, what are the ripple effects of such an occurrence invading Taiwan? What are the ripple effects through Asia and obviously hitting India as well?
You know, I don't speculate on what China vis-a-vis Taiwan or what lessons it may have drawn from Ukraine. Because as far as we are concerned, behavior in Asia has already been a little puzzling and a little unpredictable, more than a little unpredictable. I think Ukraine and the Ukraine crisis, the Ukraine war will lead to China redrawing its and means, but not fundamentally amending its ends and goals. In the case of India, China tore up 4 border agreements going back almost 30 years, threw away a growing economic relationship to out of the blue in the middle of the COVID crisis, mass close to 100,000 troops at our border. And we still don't know why. It was probably intimidation, probably something else. We don't know what it was. We haven't got a coherent answer. And those troops are still there. So Taiwan or no Taiwan, Ukraine or no Ukraine, China in this part of the world, as Sir Malcolm pointed out, is a very, very unpredictable actor and a very puzzling actor.
Malcolm, like we said, you are Defence Secretary, Foreign Secretary and a Conservative Party Minister. When Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, went to India only a few months ago, the story almost wasn't him being in India. It was that, you know, there was a party going on during your eyebrows, you know, rise, but we've got to discuss it because I know what you feel about it. The story became him and what was happening over COVID. How much has the whole saga undermined the UK's place on the global stage?
I don't think it's undermined it, but I think it makes the task of British ministers, and particularly the Prime Minister, that little bit more difficult. Because and it doesn't just apply in Boris Johnson's case, when you get a major political figure who is mired in controversy with questions of integrity, with how long is he going to survive, and so forth, then that inevitably has an impact on that person's authority. And when they're meeting their fellow heads of state or heads of government, then the people they're meeting are always thinking, is he still going to be Prime Minister the next time I meet him? And so forth. So that is not healthy. That's, you know, it's a distraction. The question is how you resolve that distraction. And we are...
Are you suggesting that he should not be Prime Minister?
Well, I'm not going to use this particular occasion to make
Feel
a public...
free.
To make
let's
a public...
Let's break some news.
To make a public announcement. What I would say, what should be being considered is the national interest. And the national interest is that the Prime Minister's future is resolved as quickly as possible. And that can only be done either because he has the authority of his parliamentary and ministerial colleagues,
which he barely does,
or he is losing it.
Does he have your authority?
Well, no, what I will say is I was in Margaret Thatcher's cabinet when I was Secretary of State for Scotland, and I remember vividly the end of her prime ministership. And it was when Michael Heseltine stood against her, and she defeated him in the first round, but not enough to avoid a second round. And such was the controversy that she decided to consult each of her cabinet, because without their positive support, she had concluded she could not continue. And she did that privately, and the result of that was she stepped down. So I would hope that the Prime Minister will, in one way or another, find out the private views of his ministerial colleagues. There's 60 or 70 of them. If even half of them are not supporting him, that's the end of his government. And either that means he asks them for their views, which I suspect he may not be enthusiastic to do, but there's nothing to stop them privately going and sharing their views with them if they so wish.
Ashok, I mean, this is the minutiae of British politics.
It's more than the minutiae.
I'm putting that politely. Ashok, let's look at it through an India lens. How are you viewing Boris Johnson's travails through an Indian lens?
Look, I obviously can't comment on the UK's domestic politics, and I don't want to. But democracy is messy and complicated. It's messy and complicated in the UK and India. That's why we are democracies. That's why we can deal with messy questions. All of us can. You know, the India-UK relationship goes beyond individual prime ministers. Of course, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Johnson get along very well, and they've taken this relationship forward. But we are both very consequential countries to each other. We have a diaspora, an Indian diaspora in the UK that is important to both countries. We have a trade relationship that is growing. We have a technology partnership that delivered amongst the first vaccine that has the promise of doing much, much more. It's a lot we share. It's a lot together for ourselves and for the world. This will continue irrespective of which government is in office, which party is in office in either country. We are strategically very important to each other and to the rebalanced world that Sir Malcolm referred to. So I wish Prime Minister Johnson luck, and I wish the UK luck. But the fact is, India and the UK are on a smooth path in terms of their partnership, irrespective of which party is in office and irrespective of what happens in the near future or the not so near future.
You do come from
That's
Scotland.
fine. So can we just make sure that they're...
You do come from Scotland. There was some big news yesterday that the First Minister wants another referendum. This is the last thing Boris Johnson needs, on top of all the other problems he's facing, whether the referendum happens or whether it means anything. Sir Malcolm Rifkin's view on the next Scottish referendum in October 2023.
Well, I think Mrs. Sturgeon is more reacting to pressure from her own party colleagues than because she seriously believes any referendum is likely. When the last referendum was held, which the Nationalists lost substantially, Mrs. Sturgeon, during that campaign and since then, has said, you know, a referendum is something you have at most once in a generation. And a generation is a damn sight more than 8 years. She also said that we should only have another referendum. She said this 3 years ago. If it looks as though today 60% of Scots want independence. At the moment, they don't even have a majority wanting independence. So the answer will be there is not going to be a referendum, certainly not for the foreseeable future. And the fundamental economic point I would make, given the nature of this audience, is that if I was turn out to be wrong, and if not only there was one, but unexpectedly the Nationalists were to win that, the economic consequences are extraordinary, far worse than they would have been last time round. Because last time round we were in the European Union, and therefore there would have been no hard border between Scotland and the rest of the UK. Yeah. If Scotland was to become a separate state today, or in the next 2 or 3 years, she would cease being part of the United Kingdom's internal market, but she would not automatically be a member of the European Union either, because it takes years to become a member of the European Union, and the Spanish would almost certainly veto it because of Catalonia. They don't want to create a precedent. So Scotland, with only 5 million people, would be in a pretty lonely position with a hard border between Scotland and England, and not in the European Union. Now, if it was to be determined on economic grounds, the Nationalists would be thrashed. But of course, we know that in referendums, as we saw with Brexit, it's not just economics that necessarily are relevant to every person.
Gentlemen, it's been wonderful. I could talk to you both for hours. Sadly, I'm constrained by the time, please. But Sir Malcolm Rifkin, former Foreign Secretary of the UK, visiting Professor, King's College London, and Ashok, wonderful to have you virtually. Ashok Malik, Policy Advisor, Ministry of External Affairs of India. Right back, we've got Edie joining you once again. We're going to focus on shaping our common digital futures. I want to thank our partners again, including one of our most long-standing partners and one of India's most recognisable brands, Tata. See you in a second.
Can you sit on the other side of the stage, please? Opposite side of the stage, please. Sit opposite side of the stage.
From where I was?
Yeah. Okay.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
So the next 3 sessions are all around this idea of shaping our common digital future. And we're going to start by diving into our Global Disruptor series. This is when we take a really close look at what it takes to change the market and dominate a sector. In these sessions, we love to talk to the people who are changing the way we do business, shaking it up. Really delighted to have now back onto stage Chief Wizard, co-founder of Builder AI, Sachin Dudal, as well as the founder of SafeXPay, Ravi Gupta. Thanks very much for joining both of you.
Thank you.
So let's start with payments. You know, a couple of years ago, it just wasn't a sexy word, payments. But I cannot tell you, and you know this better than anyone, that post-pandemic, all we want is faster, more seamless, safer digital payments. We want to pay from any device, whether it's the phone, the watch, and we want our data protected and we want it to be secure. So tell us, first of all, Ravi, about your company.
Sure.
What do you do?
Yeah. So we as a SafeXPay, what we do, basically we are a fintech company which powers platform and the API infrastructure play for the businesses across the globe. So what we have done is we have created different fintech products, right? The first product we have is the payment aggregation platforms, neo-banking platforms, and the link-based payment solution platforms. We white label these technologies and we give it to banks, NBFCs, merchants, government, education institutions across the globe. So that's what we do.
How many countries?
Currently we are into 5 countries, right? And we are just into the operation from 5 years. We haven't raised much of the funding, but we are profitable fintech, right? So that's the thing which we do.
Excellent. And tell us a little bit about how digital payments are penetrating within India, first of all, and how does that compare with other parts of the world?
So I think the digital payments, if we talk about in India, it's growing pretty fast, right? That's happened because of post-pandemic, right? The experience, what is important for the payments? So first is the experience. Second is the convenience, and third is the security, right? So once the COVID happened, right, the people adaptation from typically making the payments using cash, it's been moved from a digital mechanisms, right? So UPI is one of the innovation which India did, right? Which because of that we are able to scale pretty much faster in terms of adaptation of payments, right? If you talk about UPI, we are able to grow almost 3 times the transaction volumes in the last over a period of 3 years. And the economy of India, which is basically right now, it's around 3 trillion economy, more in terms of digital payments, is going to grow to 10 trillion, right, in next 3 to 4 years. So we believe like if any kind of a payments form factor has got an experience for the consumers, and that particular form factor is working in any of the devices or any of the form factor, right, it's going to grow.
Interesting. Yeah. Sachin, let's bring you in here. First of all, tell us about Builder AI. What do you do?
That, you'll have we started the business just with your camera. 5 macro trends that we believe. We thought that the digital and traditional economies were going to merge. We've seen that happen in spades. As a result, more and more companies were going to build software than ever before. Everyone from the grocery store up to a large enterprise. And when you started to see that demand, today the demand globally is for about 400 million developers, supply is about 25 million. And you see what's driving that demand. It's a customer that thinks Java is a coffee bean you buy at Starbucks.
Right.
And so they're not very technical. And when you think about the features they're building, 80% of the features in most applications are the same. And so we said, well, the current way of building software has such a high failure rate. It's like 82%. Can we think of a ground-up way of how people can build applications to run their ideas, run their business? And so what we've built is the Domino's pizza of building software. We're one of the largest producers of custom software in the world. And we use a combination of an expert network, reusable features, and pretty deep tech with sort of components of AI that allow us to build software at an unprecedented pace.
And how fast is customer demand within your market changing? I imagine that apps do need to adapt quite quickly with the times, and people are, now that we're doing so much online on our phones, that actually demands are quite rapid. Is that right?
Yeah, I often, when I speak to investors, I said, look, if there's one thing you take away from this presentation, it is a bottomless pit of demand globally. And we think, along with some of our partners, there's going to be 500 million applications created just in the next 5 years. And so you think about that, payments is a key piece of that. Delivery is a key piece of that. Logistics is a piece of that. We go right the way from the little girl that wants to build Pinterest for butterflies right through to an enterprise CIO that wants to build an order management system. Everyone is trying to unlock potential. And software is the key ingredient now to letting people unlock that potential. And in our small sliver of the space, like, to be honest, we're having really bizarre conversations internally saying, can we put a cap on growth? Can we not grow faster than this month on month so that we have a chance to breathe and build org? And things like culture and stuff like that are very important to us. But we saw run rate grew 6x. You know, we went, it's almost almost 20x in 24 months from a run rate perspective. And so demand is only accelerating. And I think, you know, what's also interesting is when you see downturns on a macroeconomic basis. We saw COVID. We're now seeing a Cold War with the recession and inflation. I think 10 years ago, people would stop building software. Now they're accelerating building it because actually it's become the principal way of doing business, principal way of cutting cost.
Do you find that as well, that actually you're seeing it accelerating now, even as we face a downturn, a global potentially recession, we see concerns coming from the US, concerns ongoing with China. Do you still see the demand continuing to grow for you?
Yeah, so demand is continuing to grow. Like if you talk about, there are lots of emerging countries which are there, right? Where they are looking for ready-made fintech platforms because they want to convert the experience of the consumer from your offline to the online world, right? For which they need a ready-made platform. So if any kind of a fintech, any kind of a company, they are looking for building up any of the platforms, they're going to take some time. Like the company like us come into the picture, right, and they give the ready-made platforms, right, and which they can use it and start collecting all the digitization of the payments. That's what we feel.
Interesting. So do you guys work together, by the way? Sounds like payments and building apps, you guys should work together if you don't already.
So we work with a lot of, we call them cloud partners, much like sort of payment services. And I think what we found is that if you think about whether you're a cloud infrastructure provider or a payments provider, a logistics provider, who do you sell to today? You either sell to someone that already has technology, in which case you're trying to take a customer from someone else. Or you're selling to a developer that's going to build for someone. Guess what? There's a shortage of developers in the world. And we're not going to educate our way to getting more developers. Or you work with someone like us. We're one of the largest creators of net new workloads that come online. And our customer doesn't understand which payment provider to use or which cloud infrastructure to use. And they rely on the platform to make those decisions. So a key part of our business is to work with partners like this globally that help our customers transact. And more than 80% of the customers, when they build applications and build it, it does commerce. And so it's right the way from the person that's building Uber for private jets through the grocery store. They need to take payments.
Let's talk about how artificial intelligence impacts what you do within payments. How much of what you are doing and building and changing is impacted by the movements and changes within what AI can do and accomplish?
So I think AI is more of basically predicting the behavior of the customer, right? So what we are gonna do as a part of payments, like if you go, let's talk about experience. A customer is going to buy the product, but he don't have the limits available on the cards, right? You can offer with the help of his experience, like what are the kind of trading history he has got. You can offer some kind of a BNPL, right? Or maybe some kind of a digital lending kind of a thing, which will help the customers to buy more of the products. That is one part. Second is AI can also help lots of e-commerce sites or lots of banks or other things, like to pre-position the customer depending on his buying behavior, are different cross-selling the products. That's what I believe, right?
Interesting. And Sachin, tell us about, from your perspective, how does AI help lower costs for your customers? Because when I've looked at what your company does, it's one of the selling points. You really help people who are coming in at just the beginning of their careers or beginning of their business, building their businesses, do something quite quickly.
Yeah, I think you have to go back to that customer proposition. And so the first part of this proposition problem is, how do I get what's inside your head into a discrete set of features? So that's a graphing problem. Features have relationships, have semantic relationships. If you buy login, there is a higher probability you need to buy logout.
Right.
If you buy invoicing, there is a higher amount of probability you need to buy payments. But as a customer, you know how many people add invoicing and forget to add payments? And then they go back to the dev shop and say, could you please add payments? And they're like, oh, that's a change request. It's going to cost you 50% of the entire cost of what you just built.
Right.
And so a part of what we've been able to build and are still building is this ability to enlist what's in your head, understand what you're saying, connect it back to a feature. So that's one part of the problem. The second part of the problem is there are many, when you think about the software industry, it's a cottage industry. We all laugh because we think software is eating the world, which it is, but it's not eating itself yet. And it's heavily people driven. And so, for example, I don't understand why a human has to look at a design and a screenshot of an app and find defects. It feels like we've transported ourselves 10 years back. Why can't we use computer vision to do that, as an example, right? And I don't understand, for example, why when a customer is talking, we can't figure out what feature they're talking about. Why do we need a human project manager to make notes? And so when you think about all of these sort of discrete issues and you connect it together, software is an assembly system. It's like Toyota's car assembly line. And today, each part of the assembly line relies on a human to communicate with the next part of the assembly line. That is very low fidelity communication. As intelligent as we all are, the thing that human beings are not very good at is being consistent. And so you have a high degree of variance. And so for us, the entire use of AI is to reduce variance. And the net effect is that it used to take 8 people to build an app, or 10 people. We do it in 1.4. In some cases, for our micro SMEs, it was 0.
Interesting. So let's, Ravi, talk about how you're really shaking things up. You're working on how you can pay with your face, and also even beyond that, how we can pay for things within the metaverse.
Yeah, so very recently what we did is like we have invested into a fintech company which is based in Europe, right? Which is going to basically innovate the way we pay, right? So right now we have seen the payment through your cards, payment through your UPI channel, you pay payment through your QR code. Very recently we have invested into a company where you can make the payments using your face, right? So you can basically you don't require any kind of a phone or any kind of a wallet. You can just walk down to any of the stores and can make the payments. That's the thing which we have invested, and we want to launch it for the markets like of UK, for the markets like of UAE and
When's
India.
that coming? When's that coming?
So we are doing some of the pilots in India, right? With one of the airport, right? Plus we are also doing some of the pilots in UAE with the stores like of IKEA. Yeah. So we are expecting maybe like around 2 months it will be going live for these markets. It's already live in Europe, which is Romania, where it's already live, and we are seeing lots of payments. The way the people are paying making the payment is going to change, where you just walk down to any stores and just show your face and the payment is done.
Interesting. What about the metaverse as well? I know you're working on that.
Yeah, so this is another concept which we are trying to disrupt the market, right? The way we shop into the world, right? Right. So what we do right now, if you see, the COVID has basically is the enabler for lots of innovations. If you see, right. So what happens, like if you see pre-COVID days, right? The people used to go to the mall, right? They see the product, they see the product specification, they buy the product, right? And they make the payment either through the cash or through the POS, right? So what we're trying to create another innovation in the space of basically which is we call as the experiential commerce. Right. So what's going to happen in that, right? You can go into a extended reality kind of a thing, right? Where it's a mix of AR plus a VR and a payments, right? You can log into the metaverse, a mall kind of a thing, right? Where there will be different stores, right? You can walk down to that. You can convert yourself into yourself as an avatar. That technology will measure your weight, height, all those specifications, right? You can get into a mall. You can go to any of the shops, you can buy the products, you can see the specification of the product that is happening with the help of blockchain. Even you can add that product into the cart and also you can make the payments, right? So that's the kind of experience we are trying to build up, and
but not with crypto yet.
So it's not a crypto, it's basically a blockchain technology which we are using here, right? We don't want to talk about any kind of a crypto here because it's like an experiential, which is like a virtual world with a payments kind of a thing. Right.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's the other thing which we are building it up, and we are expecting it will be live in next 2 to 3 months.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Are you doing anything in the metaverse?
You know, I think for us, it's probably a wider question in that our principal mission in life is to bring the things that only early adopters could access before, the metaverse. Why is UI not on a table? Why can't material design actually allow you to interact with compute, which is built into infrastructure, and bring it to the masses so that they can now build technology around it. So whether the principal home is the metaverse, whether it's AR or VR, whether it's physical retail, ultimately how technology is consumed is somewhat universal. But what you see is a huge divide between those that can and those that need to. And so for us, we will probably end up, and we've already started doing work with blockchain and NFTs. We have someone building an NFT marketplace on the platform. We are not yet seeing the demand yet from metaverse from our customers. We have lots of customers talking about it. I think a lot of the story is still to be played out. But the beauty with our approach to building software is once we understand, okay, this is the use case, it's like the best example of the 80-20 rule. 20% of the features that people will need to work in the metaverse will actually be what 80% will consume. And the rest of it will always be custom or customized. And Builder will always be the Lego blocks for whatever and however software ultimately gets produced.
What I love is that both of you are having a real impact on this issue around inclusion. We know 50% of the world is on the internet. That means that 50% is still yet to join. Right. Although I think the statistics are actually better in India, 750 million having access. But give us some idea of the impact that you are both having in terms of the numbers of people that, for example, couldn't pay before online, or the numbers who couldn't have built something, built an app online. Tell us what you've done.
So I think like if you talk about 10 years back, the digital payment was very nascent in India, right? Maybe like not even 1% of the population were paying online, right? Which is because I started my journey somewhere in 2008 after finishing my MBA, and I joined a fintech company. No one was doing the digital payment at that time, right? So the penetration was less than 1%. Now today, if you see some of the numbers, like after your COVID, it's been moved to 40% kind of a penetration, right? Because of course it is not the COVID, but also there is an intervention from the governments, right, where they keep on launching some of the kind of innovation in terms of offers, in terms of making the payments free, right, where the people don't go and go to any kind of ATMs to withdraw the cash. They can make the payment using one of the innovation, which is like UPI, right, where they can just make the payments using different UPI apps. That is the kind of innovation which is, and I think this number, which used to grow like of around 25 to 27% at a CAGR rate, right? It's because of COVID, this growth has been changed from 25-26% to 40% kind of a thing, and this digital payments overall scenario is going to grow at least 3 times in next 4 to 5 years. Okay. That is the kind of growth we are expecting. Yeah.
Extraordinary. What about you, Sachin? What's the impact you're having?
So I think it's very hard to quantify. You have to take a macro thesis view on this. And so one is, we know no one's going to do business the old way. And so if you're not going to do business the old way, you have 2 options in life. Do I stay relevant or do I become irrelevant? Hands up who wants to be irrelevant. I don't see any hands up. Okay, so you don't want to be irrelevant. Okay, so then what stops you building? Fear of failure. Cost. Fear of failure. Because if it was a low cost, the fear of failure wouldn't apply. And so as we start to see some of our customer archetypes and some of the go-to-market motions that we're doing, we're going to market through banks and telcos, as an example in some cases. Imagine your bank is now selling you software, or your telco is selling you the custom app that you need to get your business online. Wouldn't have happened 5 years ago. And so what you're seeing is there is a shape shift in thinking. No one wants to be irrelevant. There is a fear of failure that we are trying to reduce. And ultimately, I think it's a bottomless pit of demand. What we're also now seeing is things like in India, for example, the ONDC, where you're creating aggregation networks that micro SMEs can connect into, so they can get a centralized customer demand. Things that would have only happened on aggregators before are now actually being disintermediated, so that you can have people owning their own future, their own potential. Because I think the big fear that we've heard from customers, especially the micro SME, has been, but Zomato's going to eat my lunch, or Uber's going to eat my lunch, and like I don't want to send my traffic there. The most searched for term in either country, we talk about sort of India and the UK, is how do I reduce my Deliveroo costs, or how do I reduce my Zomato costs? And so you're seeing this conversation across the spectrum.
Really fascinating. Well, I'd like to thank you both for joining me here on stage. Really, absolutely fascinating. We're going to be back in a moment. Mark's going to be back looking at the titans of the digital global economy, examining technology as well as digital. We'll have the Chief Digital and Innovation Officer from BT. So I would like you here in the audience to help me thank my guests, Sachin and Ravi, for such a fascinating conversation. Thank you very much.
Here we go. Two titans of the digital global economy. Not me and Harmeen. That's the UK and India. But I do love that title. It's an absolute pleasure to chat to you today, Harmeen. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a quote that Harmeen wrote. She doesn't know I'm going to bring up this quote. I love this quote. The only success in life is to do what you want to do. And it was something that she was taught at a very young age.
That's true.
From your family. Has it stuck with you? Do you spread that word, that gospel almost?
I absolutely do. I think if you really enjoy your work, you haven't worked a day in your life as well. And it's really important. I think in today's world and today's age, you know, and you saw that in the group before as well. I think passion trumps everything else, and passion and talent, that's the road to success. So you really got to love what you do, and you should always, I think if in life you can't do what you want to do, what's the point?
And you've always loved sort of breaking things, putting them back together from a very young age, haven't you? And your parents encouraged that, didn't they?
Yeah. So
do you encourage that at BT? Right, we're going to break things and put things back together.
I definitely encourage that.
Yes.
So I'm waiting to see how much of that BT can take.
Catching on.
Yeah, exactly.
What's been the experience like? You've been there since March 2021.
Yeah.
What's been your experience, Harmeen, of coming to England? I know you lived here before. Yeah. You came at a tricky time, pandemic, Brexit, Suez Canal. Someone told me that a big ship was stuck there. What was it like, that whole experience? And what does it tell us about the whole moving to and from India?
First of all, moving countries in the middle of a pandemic, would never advise it, no matter what happens. It was horrible. I joined BT in March, but there was lockdown, both countries, so I actually couldn't come to the UK. We were planning for me to come early May, and then India was put on the red list, so I had to smuggle myself out of the country in 24 hours notice, because it was the same week where actually the Prime Minister from the UK was going to India, and then they decided not to do that and put it on the red list. Yeah. So it was horrible. I had to leave the family to help with packing and everything in the house, and I literally just got on a plane, landed, couldn't get a house, so stayed in a service apartment for a long time. Then when the shipment came, Suez Canal happened, so the ship is stuck there.
Yeah.
Then that got cleared. When the shipment came, there was lockdown again in the UK. So now have the shipment but don't have a house. Then got the shipment, put it somewhere, parked it, and again waiting for the countries to start to open up, then look for a house, but then there was no labor to finish all the work and finishing of the house before I could move in because of Brexit and everything, a lot of shortage of staff here.
That's right.
So by the time all of that got sorted, it was December.
Gosh,
yeah,
that's quite a slog, isn't it?
I tell you. And if I tell you everything, I ordered things in December for moving into the house, and the last of which arrived last week. So it only took about 6 months. I mean, nothing much.
But you're finally settled.
I am finally settled,
It took a while. The theme of this wonderful forum, Harmeen, is this collaboration, this reimagining of the relationship as we celebrate these 75 years of independence. What does a joint digital vision look like between India and the UK, Harmeen?
See, UK is a very large digital economy, and I think what I love about the UK is that almost all of us, we live our lives digitally in some shape or form, and COVID in the last, the pandemic has only accelerated a large part of that. The second piece is, if I look at India and, last 7-8 years that I've been there, I mean, I'm amazed at just the digital talent that is available there. And I feel that's unlocking a large part of the digital potential in several countries around the world, and definitely for the UK as well. I mean, for me personally, in BT, for our digital unit, my largest hub is actually in Bangalore. And for BT, outside of the UK, our biggest hub in the world is also in India, in 8 different cities. But I think it's really, there's a lot of need and want to transform within the UK, and there's a lot of talent available there, and it's the marriage of the two that really makes things happen for corporates.
Can we bring the two together?
We are
That's the
already
big
starting to
challenge.
bring it together, but I
Yeah.
think what we've got to do is make it easier for these things to work together. I think we've got it easier for, a large part of what enables economies is corporates, and getting the corporates back to growth after, having spent the last 2.5 years in an unprecedented way that every corporate had to learn how to continue and run its business in a very different manner. And especially in the enterprise businesses, the economy hasn't fully bounced back yet as well. And as they're, all the companies are recovering and finding their ways back to growth, I think that's where we've got to actually make it easier for these two countries to work better with each other, to be able to avail both the needs and the wants of one, and
Is
also
that your
the demand
message
of
to the
other.
government as
Very
these?
strong message.
If Boris Johnson was standing there,
Yes.
What would your number one wish list request be?
My wish list would be do only one job, which is make it easier for the
Yeah.
two countries to work together. And after that, just let the corporates do their job. And we will set our own metrics and help the economy grow in the UK, but just make it easier for us to do business.
Give us more of a sense of India and BT, how important India is for BT, and what your vision is as a company.
See, our own staff strength, we have more than almost 12,000 people there, and adding a few more thousand in the coming months as well. But in a broader sense, through a lot of work we do with a lot of other subcontractors and IT companies, etc., we employ close to almost like 30,000 people. That is a lot.
That is.
So it's a big part of our success. Actually, those people are contributing into that success. So it's. I think for us, India is very, very intrinsic. And in fact, I was just there a few weeks back, kicking off an entire revitalization of our new strategy, what we're going to do, how we're going to accelerate the company, and how we're going to invest much more over there as well in order to do that. And for BT, I would say it's a very, very, very important country. In fact, the history between the two countries, for BT in India goes back a very long way. I mean, I'm from Bharti, and many, many years ago, more than a decade and a half ago, BT actually invested in Airtel. It was a small minority stake, but they actually had that in India, and we have that. We've recently done another investment in Safe Security, which is, one of the leading security companies in the country, and we've got a large security business. So we invested in Safe, and it's a product we're taking to market around the world in all the 130 countries that we're present in, and it's getting rave reviews.
How big could it get, as in? I mean, you say 30,000. That's like a big stadium. I can imagine.
Yeah, it is.
It's not like Old Trafford, is it?
No.
Small. Will you
not that small compared to
Old Trafford? Will you fill Old Trafford?
Almost.
By the way,
yes.
Manchester United fans.
Yes.
We are one.
Exactly.
Manchester United fans in the room? Hands up.
One.
Oh,
two.
Two.
Three.
What fans are we? Just shout out. Who do we support? Arsenal. Okay, I'll forgive you. Any others? We'll get on to cricket in a minute, but any football fans? India, exactly. So, will you be able to fill Old Trafford?
Yes.
80,000, isn't it? How soon before you have 80,000 employees in India?
Well, I don't know how many employees we're going to have in India, but that's almost almost all of BT. But I don't know if that will happen. But I think from what we are looking to do. See, at the core of our BT strategy is digitizing the whole company.
Of course.
And as we do that, there is one of the biggest advantages that we want to play on is our presence in India, because that's one of the largest digital skill hub in the world. So we'd really, want to leverage that a lot more. Plus, I think at the same point, it's where we've made so much of investments that for us to just invest more and reap a lot more out of it, that's the best step we want to take there.
Yeah. On the skills front, it's so important. We're going to be talking so much about skills and training and and education. How can the two countries work closer on skills, on training, and what strengths do you think, Harmeet, need to be leveraged better?
See, there are again, 2-3 areas. One of them is the tech skills are available in abundance in India. what is needed more is the relevance of different countries, different economies, because the customer needs are different in every country. And that's where I feel that, as part of the trade agreement, if we make it easier for corporates to actually lean in on that, we can put a context around those skills, which actually means that it's not only that, we have a big tie-up with IISc, for example. So you're not only training people on data science, but it's data science people who are closer to problems that would be relevant to the UK and the telecom industry, etc. It just frames for the youngsters coming up in that stream, it just puts a context around their technical skills, which makes them far more productive from day one when they come into corporates. And the more productive they are on day one, the more incentivized the corporates are to next year go back and get even more deeper skills and more people and so on and so forth. So I think it's putting the industry's lens and an economy and a kind of a UK lens around some of those skills that will really help the corporate world leverage a lot more. The second piece is, one of the big ambitions we've got in the UK is, providing digital skills, and BT is a big partner with the UK government on that in the UK, and we've set up a big digital campus, which is what we're going to leverage for ourselves in BT as we reskill a large part of our workforce as we modernize. But we're going to take all of those skills and, do it for the UK market. And today our small and medium enterprise business actually does that. They're skilling millions of people in the UK. It's a brilliant partnership to have on both fronts as well. A country that is one of the largest needs for digital skills, and another country which is one of the largest providers of digital skills in the world,
it's
outside of the
marriage,
valley.
isn't it?
Exactly.
And is that the essence of this quantum leap which Prime Minister Modi talks about? How do we realize this quantum leap? What would you suggest?
I think it's that plus also looking at real business opportunities. It's looking at, influencing the startup industries. It's about us exposing the different problems that we're looking to solve for ourselves as an economy, as well as, for our customers, etc., and using these skills from around the world to be actually, using the power of that thinking and that product thinking and, the digital thinking that actually India gives us to be able to solve those problems, and looking at them in a disruptive way and looking at it in a very different way. Taking a lot of those startups, it's now one of the largest startup producers in the world after the US and China. And
what is it about India and its startups? What is it about the culture that engendered?
The honest answer is it's Indians.
Yeah.
It's how we think. There's no problem, we don't think there's any problem we can't solve. And at the same time, we also think the bigger the problem, the more energized we are.
Yes.
I think it's also it's a little bit about when, as a country, if you look at the last 100 years, we've had independence for 75 years and a lot we went through before that. It's just a bit of grit is kind of built into you. And because of that, the perseverance to be able to take a problem and not leave it till you've actually got to the bottom of it and you have won over the problem. I think it's that grit that is what a lot of the startups bring, and that perseverance to saying, I'm going to take this problem and I'm going to make it so small that it disappears.
Yeah.
And I love that.
You've had a fantastic chat when you look at the clock and you think, I've only done 5 minutes, and we've done 17 minutes. Time has flown, which is why we're going to have a quick fire round of questions, because Harmeen, by the way, has lived in 11 countries. She's worked across 30 countries. So I thought, bit of fun, quick fire round. Let's find out which countries, cities, places, foods she loves and maybe likes less. By the way, you can't say India or UK, so neither of those two. Favorite country?
Spain.
Why?
Look at the best paintings and art around the world, and you'll find it in either the Thyssen or the Prado, and the best museums in the world.
Favorite city?
Rome.
Why?
I just think I'm a sucker for World Heritage sites, and I have on my bucket list is seeing as many World Heritage sites as I can.
Yeah.
And I think Italy is just, for a tiny little country, it's got them in abundance.
Food? Favorite food?
Ooh, this is difficult now because you've taken the two countries away. I'd say Thai.
Yeah?
Thai or Italian, both are lovely.
You've lived in Thailand, have you?
No, I haven't lived in Thailand, no.
Just like love the Thai food. Favorite building?
Actually, the Ajanta Ellora caves in India. I think they were robbed of the top 7 wonders of the world. They were robbed of their position. Someday I'm going to camp outside them and fight that battle.
Favorite culture?
I think I love the global culture. I had a very secure upbringing. I was first 10, 12 years of my life, I was I'm Sikh by religion and practice a lot of Hinduism and brought up 10, 12 years in a Roman Catholic convent. A lot of my closest friends was Muslim during my first 10 years of my life, and very secular, highly secular upbringing. And I think that shaped me into being the human being I am. Yeah. So I really feel you have to be a global citizen.
Yeah.
I think that world of just being boxed in one place, it's dead.
Favorite cricketer?
Oh, it used to be Sunil Gavaskar, and now I was quite with Virat Kohli. I'm currently shopping for the next one.
Shopping for the next one. And favorite footballer, final question.
Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
The only one.
There's
no other.
I love him too. Thank you, Harmeen.
All
It's
right.
been brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Mark.
Big
Lovely
round of
chatting to
applause.
you.
Harmeen Mehta, Chief Digital and Innovation Officer at BT. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very good to see you. So we are back. Welcome back. And we know that digital and AI are transforming sectors and supply chains. They also play a really critical role, vital role in bridging the opportunity gap for people and communities in the UK, India, around the world. So our final digital panel, digital discussion here, is going to bring unique perspectives to this dual mission. How do we turbocharge our economies while we provide really critical societal benefits? This is our final session, looking together at shaping our digital future. We've looked at payments, using AI to build business, telecoms, and there's elements of inclusion in there that we talked about. We're now going to really take a close look at specifically how this rising digital tide can lift all boats. So how do we keep growing while improving lives for everyone, including those previously left behind? So with me here to discuss, Senior Vice President, Head of Sales at Tech Mahindra, Jinendra Jain, thanks very much for coming along. Involved in financial services, insurance, manufacturing, healthcare, retail, and also country head UK
in Ireland at Tata Consultancy Services, Amit Kapoor. I promised that we hope you liked that little ad beforehand.
I like
showing
that,
Tata.
absolutely.
That was good, right?
Well planted.
Well planted, exactly. So, TCS is a global IT services company. You've worked in Europe as well as the United Kingdom. I know that you help drive efficiency, improve results, but let's hear how specifically technology and AI is transforming business, and then look beyond that and what are the benefits it brings beyond business economics.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Pleasure.
I think it's a subject which is very close to our heart. If we look at the evolution of technology and then we come to the impact piece of it, it used to be a function in an island on a corner of an enterprise. And it always used to be a support function. It has evolved into what we saw coming along as an enabling function. And today, the world that we live in, we are living and experiencing tech-led businesses. I think that's the evolution that technology has seen, from being a support to enablement to leading the businesses. And what it all brings together is essentially the impact of what technology can deliver. And if we look at today's world, I think the transitions that we are living through, beyond the macroeconomics, I think in some of the previous sessions that was spoken about, I think when you club that along with the tech evolution, it has a compounding effect. Whether it is a digital transition, whether it is energy transition, whether it is supply chain transition of moving from just in time to just in case, or whether it is the talent transition of being location agnostic and having talent in cloud. So we are seeing a lot of these forces come together and bring the element of personalization on the back of tech. So we spoke about, I think there's a lot of reference to AI, there's a lot of reference to the impact of technology. The world that we live in, the entire personalization, the algorithmic retailing, all of that is well configured on the back of human intelligence, but with the ability to put machines first. I think we are living in a pretty exciting time to say that it's not a dream that technology can make something. We are seeing live examples. We are clearly seeing the view of if I was to travel on a Monday morning from A to B, how is that different from my same travel on Saturday morning? And that's the level of personalization that I experience as an individual, as a consumer, as a citizen, and I think it's only going to increase more and more.
So that's useful. Give us a little bit bigger, more of a sort of zoom in on how we can level up opportunity for those left behind.
So it's yes, I think it's an element of reflection as well as action. That the opportunities that came our way, were they well distributed? Were they well adapted? And I think somewhere we have seen that there is a demographic which is left behind. But the world of technology also believes in having longer jumps. So you don't need to go through the sequence of repeating everything that was done for the previous population. I think that's the beauty of it. If you look at it, the element of leveling up, and let me take an India example at scale, and possibly it can be done in any of the markets. As an organization of scale, we do recruit quite heavily from campuses. And we used to go to some 200, 300 campuses every year. By design of it, it sounds a lot. But on the bottom of it, you're putting a constraint on yourself by going only to 200, 300 colleges. So how do you unleash that demand and the supply in the market? We democratized the entire evolution of recruitment. And we said that rather than we going to the campuses, we launched a national qualifier test, which is available to the entire graduate population, independent of the schools, colleges, or universities they come from. That is, in my lens, an element of leveling up, bringing opportunities to the door where the talent belongs, and not necessarily only being selective to say that I go only to these 10 places. Can that demand be made available to everyone, and hence fulfill the supply chain as well? So that's one lens, and we clearly see that element being brought towards skills, brought towards learning, brought towards a lot of citizen experiences. And as we talk more, possibly we can touch upon some of them as well.
What impact has that had on who you hire or that idea of opening up who can apply for jobs?
I think the brightest element of that is that you get the cream. Because you end up opening the doors to everyone, and possibly one bad day could have landed the person in a different university.
True.
But that doesn't mean that the talent per se is not educated enough. And this gives another opportunity to bring that talent to life and just bring that talent into a very different professional career.
Interesting. So, Janindra, let's go back to that first question with you and hear specifically how you think technology and AI are transforming business, and then beyond that, what benefits that brings beyond business economics.
Excellent question, Eddie. And for us, the digital and AI help our businesses run faster, change better, grow stronger. Take examples, remote patient monitoring solutions and the personalized healthcare help improve the quality of life of people who are living alone, who are aged, who are living in remote locations. AR, VR solutions making us smart cities safer and stronger for women and everybody else to actually roam around and have parties along as well in the evening, in the night. They shouldn't worry about those things. Similarly, image recognition solutions are making your pizzas and even sandwiches better. So there is a huge breadth of opportunities which digital and AI is offering to all the companies across the globe, and people are now leveraging it and propelling themselves into the future and deeper into the information age. The point about what apart from economics, what apart from commerce, it can answer a very philosophical fundamental question in terms of origin of life on Mars. It can answer an extremely fundamental question of what happens at subatomic levels, which we see used in quantum computing anyway these days. It can also restore art pieces, help you discover old civilizations, what used to happen out there. It can enrich your philosophy, your living, the way you perceive the world, the way you interact with the world. It goes well beyond into anything. Everything which we currently touch and do currently has a technical component, or a digital and AI is making it better and better.
Interesting. And same follow-up to you then. How do you extend these benefits to people who aren't already on the internet, who don't already have access to a device with the skills necessary?
This is an amazing question and something which is very close to our heart, my heart personally as well. We talk about this digital divide, the haves and the have-nots. But if you look at digital inclusion, there are 4 parameters in which we should all operate on, even governments or even companies. One is the skills, second, access, third, motivation, and fourth, confidence. Let me expand a bit more. Access, I'm sure with 5G network, with Wi-Fi, with satellite communications, we can ensure that the access is provided everywhere. Skills, we can have the training material, we can have the training courses, we can have the best learning management systems so that anybody can access it. There are 2 fundamental more elements. One is the motivation. If somebody is 65-year-old, retired, grandfather, grandmother, what is the motivation for somebody to learn a new technology? Somebody who's struggling with day-to-day life, what is the motivation for that kid who's fetching the water from the well to learn a digital technology? And the 4th element is confidence. If I'm sharing my data online, is the data secure? Is the data protected? Am I sharing my credit card information? Am I going to lose my pension? Unless we work through these 4 parameters and ensure that the digital inclusion is taken care of, I think we'll have to work on all the parameters to ensure that people who are haves and have-nots, we diminish the boundary line and bring them together.
Ahmed, we talked about recruitment, how that's benefited you. What other areas would you point to if we look at digital inclusion, and also this question around expanding it to areas where key infrastructure is still missing?
See, the multitude of examples. I think India has been on the forefront of putting a digital identity. And that has gone a long way in belongingness, in ability to do services and bring the level of services up a quotient. I think on the back of that, you can provision services. There is a market, there's a world leading example around passport services in India. You understand the scale and the size of India and the entire passport issuance. I think the customer experience goes to an extent that customers come back with a statement that I'm sorry, I cannot experience this for the next 10 years because my passport is valid for the next 10 years, so I can come only once.
Right.
So there are nuggets of some of these experiences which have elevated the entire profile of digital adoption, the redefinition of channels in which the work needs to flow, the entire element of ensuring that it is not static, it continues to reimagine, and to the title of the panel, just open the opportunity. I think that's essentially is where the entire space lies for us. If we look at it in terms of bringing it more closer home here, I think the ability to ensure that we don't look at scales for here and now, but we look for scales for future, because businesses of here and now will also redefine themselves for the future, and we should not be in a catch-up game. I think that's the opportunity for us today, to redefine the skill gap for here and now, but competencies for the future.
We know that globalization and trade has actually done a lot to lift a lot of people out of poverty. We're here reimagining the UK-India relationship, and we're looking specifically, one of the things that we're looking at is around what we could see from a free trade agreement. So I know, Jinender, that Tech Mahindra was asked what it wanted to see from this FTA. Tell us a little bit about what you think is really important from your perspective.
I believe our Prime Ministers, Mr. Boris Johnson and Mr. Narendra Modi, have already said we should have the free trade agreement by Diwali this year. There are a lot of bright minds working towards it, a lot of back and forth happening. There are 3 points which I can absolutely share in the forum, and our company has actually put it out as well in future as well. One is highly skilled talent movement across UK and India, both ways should definitely happen in a much more seamless fashion. On the data protection and data privacy, if we are processing data here or in India, or India data being processed here, at least an equivalence of standards so that it's far more easier to get the job done. And third, what we would like to see is collaboration between the universities on the innovation side, what boundary conditions we can achieve so that we can work for the betterment of the society as a whole as such, in terms of collaboration on digital, AI, those kind of areas in a seamless fashion so that IP protection is maintained across.
Interesting. So data protection and equivalence of how you treat it, movement of people, and then ability to collaborate. What would you add, Amit?
I think the heritage is with us between the two nations. I think the brightness of bringing services of UK, and that cuts across different sectors, the ability to cross-border that to India, and India then it is an opportunity for the UK firms to expand in India in that context. I think what the current opportunity lies, and that goes possibly beyond FTA also, is to see that when the digital boundaries are blurring, is there an opportunity for us to redefine sectors? Do we really need to look at from the lens of the sectors the way they have been defined traditionally? Or should we relook at the ability to do future businesses?
Like what?
And so like if you look at, I will define a financial services like a bank or an insurance or an airline for travel and things like that. But isn't there an industry of ecosystem? If I look at electric vehicles, I have an equipment manufacturer. I have a general insurance company as well who is equally interested in the journey. So isn't there an opportunity for us to redefine industries on the back of ecosystems of experience rather than a traditional set? Food for thought.
Fascinating. Well, thank you both for your thoughts. I really, really, really appreciate it. Absolutely fascinating discussion. We know that these events it's as important to discuss here within the room, but also to meet and discuss and partner around a cup of tea or coffee, or even later if you're watching us online, something stronger. And speaking of something stronger, I will be back in 15 minutes speaking to the CEO of Diageo about what we might see from Diageo in the India story continuing after a free trade agreement. So we're going to have a break now of 15 minutes, and I'll see you back here then. But please join me in thanking my two fantastic gentlemen here on stage, Jinender and Amit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to India Global Forum. We're live here at the Taj Hotel. So we're going to turn our attention now to investing in India and exporting from India as well. And as the drumbeat gets louder for a free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and India, let's really zoom in now on what this is going to mean. We've heard earlier today about the importance for BT. We've heard from Excel Partners, from Build AI, from Tech Mahindra, and from TCS. Let's turn away from technology and have a drink. Why not? So Diageo, as everyone here will know, one of the world's largest producers of spirits and beers, and here to discuss why India is such an important market, not just for the UK in terms of exports, but also how Diageo supports India's export drive. A very warm welcome now to the CEO of Diageo, Ivan Menezes. How are you?
Very well. Indeed, great to be here.
Wonderful to have you here. Tell us, first of all, why India is such an important market for Diageo.
Oh, how can it not be? This is an amazing consumer market and a market that loves whiskey. You know, one in two bottles of whiskey consumed around the world is consumed in India. And when you look forward, I mean, the demographics are so attractive with economic growth, with the technology shifts, with tourism, with socializing and social mores changing. This is really a very attractive market for us, and we're very excited about the growth potential and the fact that for people who choose to drink, like in elsewhere in the world, they are drinking better. So we're really seeing the premium end of the market do very well.
Interesting.
So we love the market, love India.
Give us some numbers around that. What does that mean in terms of export numbers from the UK to India, for example?
Yeah, so it's still small, right? Of all the whiskey, that's Scotch whiskey represents 2% of the whiskey in India. The tariffs are very high, 150%. And again, with the FTA talks happening, we really hope that we will get to more reasonable levels of market access. Now, 85% of the Scotch that gets shipped to India goes into making local whiskey. And so it's produced in India, bottled in India, and we have a lot of that as well. We have brands like McDowell's, which is bigger than Johnny Walker worldwide in terms of the number of bottles we make. So the potential is significant because it plays into the underlying consumer trend. I'd say the other thing that's going on is 1 in 2, 50% of the market is illicit or evades tax. And that's a huge loss of revenue for the exchequer at the state and at the central government level. And so regularizing the market, I think, is a real boost to revenues. You know, a company like Diageo, we contribute 35,000 crores to the state and central government exchequers. Just
Put that
us.
into dollars or pounds?
$3.5 billion.
Dollars.
Pounds. Roughly 3.4. So it is significant. Most of the state governments today, post the GST regime, alcohol taxes are a big source of revenue, which supports development and everything else, education and what the state governments have to do. So regularizing the market, supporting people drinking better, not more, because we really do not want excessive consumption from people who choose to drink. It is really about making these occasions special, and the state gets more revenue. You cut out the underworld and the illicit market. Consumers have a better experience. So we see it as a real win-win-win, and we're hopeful that in these FTA discussions, whiskey gets, the tariffs get reduced.
Well, we'll come to the FTA in a minute. Tell us, you've talked about importance for UK exports, importance for India, what it gains there. What about exports from India to the rest of the world that use Diageo's products?
Sure, we think there's very good opportunity there as well. Our largest Indian brand is McDowell's, number one. It gets exported to 22 countries. But what we're really excited about is we've been creating the top end of whiskey, as there are other very good whiskeys. You know, there's lots of super single malts coming out of India right now, very premium priced. We just have introduced one called Godawan, which is named after the great Indian bustard, which is on the watch list. I mean, it is nearing extinction. And so this whiskey is made in Rajasthan, from barley, 6-row barley in Rajasthan, aged there, and it's priced higher than Johnny Walker Black Label. And we think there's an enormous export market over time, just like you have Japanese whiskey all around the world. Taiwan has done a great job. So I'd say we're just at the early stages of seeing top quality Indian whiskey getting exported. I would also add gins. There's phenomenal gins being created in India right now. And gin is on trend worldwide. And the botanicals and the flavor profiles and the craft that India can bring to gin, I think we're just at the early stages of that being an enormous export market too.
Well, then let's, this whole conference is about reimagining the UK-India relationship. The FTA, free trade agreement, hopefully will be a very large part about that. Part of that. What are you hoping to see? What are the opportunities we might gain from it?
Well, there's clearly both sides have a list of opportunities that cover a variety of sectors. I think as I speak in my role as CEO of Diageo, or for the Scotch whisky industry, I also chair the Scotch Whisky Association. I mean, our big hope is that we will see the removal of tariffs on Scotch whisky. You know, there are lots of other luxury products that have lower tariffs than Scotch whisky. And if you look around the world, India is an outlier in terms of how high the tariff 150% is. So, and reducing the tariffs actually will enhance the exchequers at the state and central level, will make more money. You will you'll create more jobs, because a lot of the Scotch whisky goes into blending and making Indian whisky. And you will remove the illicit market or reduce it. So it's good for both countries. It's obviously good for Scotland and for the UK exports, but it is also good for the Indian consumer and for the government coffers and the revenues. So we're hopeful and encourage really the teams that are negotiating this to get a breakthrough.
What are you hearing? Come on, give us some back.
I'd say it's more encouraging than ever before. I mean, the fact that both prime ministers are very committed to getting to a free trade agreement, I hope by Diwali. And of course, a free trade agreement is negotiation, right? There's give and take on both sides. Scotch whisky is on the table. So I'm more hopeful and optimistic than we've been in a very long time.
Excellent. You think it'll happen by Diwali? Good moment to break out a whiskey, is it?
For sure.
So tell us about the trends that you're seeing within India as the country develops, as people change, as they become smarter about drinking, how they're drinking differently. Tell us about that.
Yeah, a few things. One is I think, you know, when I was growing up in India, till I was in my mid-20s, you would never go out to a bar or restaurant, right? And you would not drink at home with your parents' friends, right, in your mid-20s. You fast forward to today, and I'd say social norms have changed dramatically. People are socializing outside the home in a much bigger way. You're seeing the development of bars and pubs and restaurants and hotels, which are being frequented by large numbers of middle and upper middle class consumers. So what we see is a generation of young Indians, and I will qualify for those who choose to drink, because again, a huge proportion of the population doesn't drink, and we have no interest in converting them to drink. For those who choose to drink, what we're seeing is that they are, as I talked earlier, are drinking better. So they're moving to more premium brands.
More premium meaning what?
Scotch whisky rather than Indian whisky. So, or a high-end Indian whisky as opposed to a low-end Indian. So people are trading up. And we're seeing the cocktail culture is alive. People are making very interesting drinks. We're seeing new categories develop. I talked about gin. There are terrific entrepreneurs who are now building fantastic gin brands. We took an investment in one of these companies that makes gins called Greater Than and Hapusa. You look at craft whiskey and single malt whiskey, enormous interest, young entrepreneurs investing and building new brands. So I think it's a vibrant sector. It's, to use industry jargon, it's premiumizing, and consumers are experimenting, and both at home and outside the home. And it's not just in the big metro cities. You are seeing it right across the country. And so we remain very excited about the future of this market.
Let's talk about sustainability, because we know that it is one of the biggest concerns. You talk about your market being a lot of young, educated, up-and-coming folks within India, of course, within the UK as well. Sustainability is something that as consumers, they also care very deeply about. I'd love to hear your commitments towards increasing sustainability, towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Tell me what's important to you and what you're doing.
Yeah, so I'm really proud that Diageo has really ambitious stretching goals here that we've set and publicly declared and are committed to. The first is to get to, on carbon, on sustainability, to get to net zero by 2030 in scope 1 and 2 in our direct operations. To reduce, and by the way, we haven't jumped on this bandwagon in the last few years. We've had an ambitious set of goals set over a decade ago, and we've had remarkable achievement in the past decade in both cutting carbon and water by 50%. And we've now set another set of stretching goals. So it is around carbon impact, water impact, and water is broader than just, I mean, we will reduce the amount of water it takes to produce a drink by another 30%. We've already.
How's that possible? Because I thought you used quite a lot of water to produce.
No, we have amazingly, there's new technologies, a great amount of efficiency. All the water that's used in the manufacturing process that doesn't go into the bottle gets recycled. So we are cutting down water use and we're very focused on it. And I would say in water-stressed areas, we are committed to replenishing the water we take out. And then the community side. I mean,
how do you do that? How do you replenish the water you take out?
You can do things as simple as creating reservoirs and wells and get water from the sky. You can, a lot of it is ensuring the water that, in manufacturing processes, a lot of water goes to waste. And we actually treat it and it goes back into the local communities. So there's, this is not easy stuff, but it's what excites our people, and we're investing behind it. It doesn't come for free. It takes serious investment, and there are new technologies that we're constantly looking for. So, for example, on energy, you use a lot of heat in a distillery. We are now moving to biofuels, and actually both India and Africa, we're very advanced in using biofuels rather than tankers of oil coming into your factories. And so every aspect of the business, we're looking at that. And as I said, the goals through 2030 are ambitious. The other aspect is on inclusion and diversity, where we, in 2015, in our business in India, we have about 9,000 employees. I think we had about 7.5% of them were women. If you fast forward today across the employee base, we're 22% women. But if you look at the senior levels, our CEO of this company, which by the way is a listed company in India, is a woman, Hina Nagarajan. Our executive committee is half women. The senior managers now are 31% women. In the liquor industry in India, this would be unthinkable. And what I'm really proud of, we are changing the norms. And the final aspect, which is really important for our business, is what we call positive drinking or reducing alcohol harm. And we have significant high-impact programs on drink driving is still a problem in India.
Yeah.
So we have this Road to Safety program, which we work across the states and the central government and the police force. We've been doing it for many years to educate and help on drink driving. And it's having an impact. We are educating young people in schools on the dangers of alcohol. We are very focused in all our messaging to ensure there's moderation and not excessive consumption. So that's an area also where we're making a difference. And finally, on female empowerment, in the communities where we have our plants and distilleries, we have a number of programs which is oriented at getting women into the workforce and helping them to, and we have programs and investments behind that as well. And our water programs actually, which are in over 125 villages, the main beneficiary of having clean, accessible water is what it does for young girls and women.
Yeah.
And so that's something as well we are very proud of. So I'm really, India team is doing an amazing job on all these fronts.
Let's go back to the amount of women within the executive board. I think it's an incredible achievement. How does that compare what's happening in India to other parts of Diageo?
Actually, in total, Diageo India is now doing pretty well. So say the Diageo Global Board actually is majority women right now. So we have more women.
How does that make you feel?
Fabulous! Love it, love it. And I'm a huge believer in, and I've lived this journey, because when I joined the executive committee of our company, I was the first non-white guy. It was all men, and I was the first non-white guy. Fast forward to today, it's a totally different company. And the power of diversity is not just doing good. It drives better performance.
Do you see that? Do you see,
absolutely.
can you give me an example?
Oh, I look at the performance of our company, and I can see the quality of decision making. And it's not just gender or ethnicity, it's thinking styles, it's getting people from who bring a different perspective. So I'd say the decisions, I would say, for example, how we handled the disruption of COVID and the speed with which the company moved to support our people and customers. And this comes from diverse voices. And so it's a no-brainer for me that there's enormous business benefit, reputational benefit in having diversity in an organization. And I mean, I've got a very simple rule. If you do not represent your customer base, you're disadvantaged.
How many women do you know drink whiskey? What's your percentage in terms of male, female split?
Well, worldwide, it's getting up there. I mean, women in the West, you see there are markets where it's up to 40%.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, whiskey is quite hot with women entering who are interested in cocktails, and they don't drink a lot, but it's part of their repertoire. Yeah.
Nearing the end here, we've got tough economic headwinds coming at us.
Yeah.
It's a pretty grim outlook. Worries about inflation. We've got the U.S. slowdown looks very real. How does that look for you when you look at the economic picture?
We're clearly tracking it and watching it very closely. I would say our business tends to be more resilient, especially at the high end. I think bringing it back to India, actually India is a bright spot in the world right now. You know, the GDP outlook relative to certainly, you're looking at global GDP at 3. India is going to beat that handily. I would say the inflation, I mean, we're all used to inflation. It's now such a big shock in the West.
Right.
It's not, these levels of inflation mean, in India is not a big deal. We're used to it. So I actually, it's hard to predict what the consumer impacts, what central banks will do, how sustained is inflation. I think all you can do is be extremely agile in reading it and adjusting, and that's kind of the approach we take as a small company. But we certainly look at all the scenarios, and we're fortunate in our category. There's a greater degree of resilience, so we don't take big shocks. But we've got to be very smart in reading the consumer in particular.
So we can't believe it, we've run out of time, but I did want to ask you, what is the best summer cocktail that you could recommend? If I was just going to have one, what would it be?
It depends where and when and what mood you're in.
Well, what about the barbecue we're going to have tonight for India Global Forum in the Taj? What would I have with my barbecue?
I would do a Johnny Walker highball.
Okay.
I'll talk to the bartender when I go out and tell them how to make a really good one.
Excellent. All right. A very big thank you to you, Ivan, for joining us here. Let's give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. A relationship reimagined. What does the future hold for the UK and India together? It's my pleasure to be joined by Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to India, who's just told me he used to do a chat show or two in Brazil back in the day.
That's true.
And speaking in Portuguese.
Sim.
Wow. Because I watched a couple of his videos on YouTube where he interviews Indian cricketers, which leads me to my first question. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner, in 1975, on the 7th of June, was at the first ever World Cup final, Cricket World Cup final, West Indies versus Australia.
Yeah.
He also was at the World Cup final at Lord's in 1983, June 25th, which of course India won. What are your memories of those incredible 2 days?
Let me not waste the entire 15 minutes talking
about
those.
Well, which is tempting.
I remember the increasing disbelief. I remember Viv Richards thinking he was going to win the game in 1983 in about 5 minutes. It was the most extraordinary attack. And then the Indians won. They just won. They did. It was a totally extraordinary day. I remember disbelief, kind of ecstasy of the Indian fans. Fantastic catch by Kapil Dev is the thing I remember the most. Anyway.
And it inspired you to be an opening batsman, correct?
Shrikant, actually, he was a bit of a hero.
Who you've interviewed.
Yeah.
I watched Bishan Bedi at Lord's in '79. My father took me, and that inspired me to become a spinner. So I've always loved Bishan Bedi. He's my hero. And I was at the England World Cup final in 2019 when we beat New Zealand. So I know what it's like to win a World Cup. It feels good, doesn't it?
It feels very good. I was there as well.
Oh, were you there as well? It was one of them. I'm sure you all followed it. I hope you were all supporting England, not New Zealand. Anyway, you've been in the post for just over a year. I think you started in January 2021. How have you seen the trajectory of India-UK relations during that time? A lot's happened.
A lot has happened.
Yes.
I mean, you don't start from scratch. This is an old, complicated relationship. I've got people that are more able than me in this audience to chronicle that. What there is a sense of renewed purpose to it, partly because of the way the world is turning, partly because the Prime Ministers get on, partly because I think the Indian government sees some opportunities from the UK outside the European Union, whether it's on migration policy or on trade policy. So the kind of stars are aligned, and that doesn't always happen. So when they are, you've got to get on with it, and I feel a tremendous sense of urgency.
Tell us about the relationship, because Prime Minister Johnson was recently in India.
Yep.
It was, let's be honest, slightly overshadowed by what's going on here politically, but we won't go into that. We discussed that with Malcolm Rifkin, and who was very funny. What's their relationship like?
So first of all, I've done quite a lot of Prime Minister's visits over the years. Yes. They're always dominated by what's going on back home, because it's just kind of how life is.
Yeah.
But I think that what the Prime Minister is doing is establishing a much deeper relationship of trust between the two countries, and that is very important. And yeah, you can see they get on. They don't waste their words. They get straight to it. They rattle through the stuff.
How do they deal with the tricky stuff, such as India's stance on Ukraine? You know, the more
surely that's a test of a kind of more mature relationship, is you can deal with the tough stuff. You can talk about it directly. It's okay to disagree. What I think from our side is very important not to do is to be seen in any way to lecture. And the Prime Minister didn't do that. And I think people recognise that and appreciate it.
Yeah. Do you think the deal, the FTA, it's going to happen? Diwali, October?
Yeah,
is it achievable? Because
yes.
You read the press, some say, it's got to be done, or with the election cycle, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think it needs to be done. I think it will be done, actually, because both sides, for similar reasons the ones I gave earlier, there is a strategic reason for doing it, as well as an economic reason for doing it. And I think for the UK, that's quite a step, because it's the first time we do a new FTA with a country which doesn't have a GDP similar to ours. India's a completely different shape to Australia or Canada or New Zealand, but that is why we have to do it. When the UK and India can agree on something, that has quite a powerful effect. And I think the strategic drivers will push us in that direction.
From a UK standpoint, if the FTA happens, it's not a fact you're going to sell it to the country. How does that lift the mood post-Brexit when, as you say, we've got the Australia deal, we've got the New Zealand deal. Yeah. Would an India deal really seep out into the public consciousness and make people aware, hey, the UK can do this, we can strike deals, we can go out there in the world?
Sure, and I think India is also doing the same thing now, rattling through trade deals. And it's not coincidental that we're doing deals with fairly similar countries, because there is a sense of there's a bit of geopolitics in it. But also because there is no EU deal with India, and therefore the UK, rather than replicating or creating a deal with a country which the EU already had a deal with, this would be a new thing. And in my view, you need these agreements so that when there are always squalls in the UK-India relationship, but you need the solidity of agreements in order to be able to withstand those.
What are those at the moment?
Squalls.
Yeah.
I don't talk about them. I think it's inevitable. This is a complicated. We are the former colonial power. That is going to condition a bit the way people will see us. And I, coming into the room as a High Commissioner, I have to understand that. I have to respect that. People will judge us and be quick to see what we're doing and say, is that the right thing to do? We're not happy about that. And you have to deal with it. But the point is not to pretend it isn't there. The point is to deal with it, but always looking to create stuff for the next 25 years. You've got to respect the last 75, the last 300, but you've got to look ahead.
Yeah. Tell us about the groundwork of the British High Commission in India, because many won't know, what you do. There's many things you do.
This is the question my mother always asks me still.
What do you do?
What exactly do you do?
My mother's the same. Yes. But you do a lot. It's about the forward-looking, it's about trade, it's about health, it's about security. I mean, but break it down for us.
Well, you've got to have the top level, which is the agreement between the two prime ministers, which they reached last May. Yeah. And then from that, you have exactly those 5 pillars you've described. And then you've got to turn it into things that happen. You've got to make sure you are signing an FTA. You've got to make sure you fulfill the trade agreements, which we did already. You've got to manage the odd score when people raise issues around our vaccine policy, for example. So you've got to react to the events, but always be looking for that positive agenda, whether it's on mobility, whether it's on creating greater trust between the two governments on defence and security, because I think we're going to need more of that over the next 10 years, and we can do that together. So you're trying to negotiate agreements, you're trying to see across the whole piece, you're trying to make sure our services work well. Everyone will know the visa system's under pressure at the moment, but we're turning stuff around quicker than most other countries. Because those are crucial enablers to making sure that the kind of talented people can
Fostering the living bridge.
Fostering the living bridge.
It's so important, isn't it?
Great words. Yeah,
are we there?
That is a kind of eternal question. But I think this year, by the way, we will have the most number of government scholarships, achieving scholarships we've ever had, 75. I want to thank HSBC and one or two others who are supporting that. Secondly, I think this year, India could become the #1 source of students, overseas students coming to the UK. It was almost 100,000 last year. I think it could go higher this year and overtake China. And these would be great things, to be honest. Also trying to create, I mean, this sounds dull, but they're important, basic policies. For example, today we launched the Open General Export Licence for people who want to export controlled goods, sometimes weapons, from UK to India. That is a new step which the government has put in place to make life easier. Some of it is kind of fun and glamorous, some of it is prosaic, but really necessary, making sure things can happen more easily.
We're trying to wean India off its sort of relationship with Russian weapons.
I mean,
how does that all tie in?
Just take the premise of your question. India will do what India wants is in its interest to do. The question is, how can we work with India on that? Yeah. Us going and saying, we want to win, India go, no, we decide for ourselves. But on imported hydrocarbons, India wants to shift towards renewables. It wants to move away from having so much Russian material. And so those are opportunities which we should be taking and working with India to make that happen. But that requires the trust, which is the political relationship, but then working one step down. But the kind of final thing, I think, if I think about the next 25 years, I'd like to happen, is that the UK knows more about the reality of India today. You have a lot of people who know about the reality of the UK, I think, today, But we need more British students going there. We have a lot of British investment. We need more British students, more people who begin to understand this is what India is actually like.
What's stopping that happening?
I think that it is beginning to happen, but for a long time we were obviously very European focused for understandable reasons. But now, the future, India is a fantastic opportunity for the next 25 years. And you kind of want more of the talented people to be discovering it and to taking some risk in it.
You first went to India when? You were
1986.
a teacher, 1986.
Yeah.
What was your initial impression of India, and how has it changed from 86? I asked Malcolm Rifkin this when he was 17. He went to India.
Yeah.
Wonderful story. So, then and now.
So some things in India don't change. It's the oldest country I have ever been to in terms of its cultural cultures. I've never been in a country with such depth of culture at all levels of society. But what has happened is that the cork has been popped of India's entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurial nature of India is just extraordinary. And you just feel that the whole time you're there, the energy there.
Harmin Mehta was saying earlier, we love solving problems. I love to hear that.
Yeah.
That drives the entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah, and that is, you see that everywhere. That is the big change from when I lived there before.
Why, can we bottle it up and bring it back here?
Yes.
We're not bad as entrepreneurs.
But part of the living bridge is that.
Yes.
It's kind of moving between the two countries and having more people who can find it easy to move between the two and are investing in the two
Is it less in our culture, like as Harmin said? We just love to solve problems.
The UK, others can speak better than that, but no, I think we're pretty good at it. I think we are actually quite kind of edgy and adaptable, and I think we also benefit enormously from the Indian diaspora here. Yes. And actually some of the most talented entrepreneurs are coming into the country from elsewhere and then creating stuff themselves because they're not sitting inside a kind of bureaucratic system like me. They are kind of, right, what can we do? I mean, that's true in politics, it's true in business, it's true in academia as well, actually.
How does High Commissioner to India differ from Ambassador to Brazil, Ambassador to Portugal, was it? Yeah. How do those roles differ? I'm in charge of the biggest diplomatic network
anywhere in the world, so it's big. It is a huge growth opportunity for the next 25 years. And it's got some politics, and you have to walk just that bit more carefully. If
you like the politics?
I love the diplomacy of it. I find it completely fascinating. How do you present yourself and work? It's like any country in the world. Respect it, understand it. I mean, India does take at least 7 lives to understand. But
what life are you on?
I've no idea, but I feel I've got a way to go. And you've got to show, in my job, you have to show respect for the place you're in.
Yeah. Let's bring on our other guests. We've got 3 other guests, 1 virtual, 2 in spirit, physical, coming on stage. Mohandas Pai, I've got to move to my left, by the way, I've been told, so please stay there, High Commissioner. Mohandas Pai is co-founder and chairman of RM Capital. He's joining us virtually. Mohandas, I hope you can hear us. Nikhil Kamath is co-founder.
I can hear you.
Oh, brilliant. We can hear you. We can't see you, but I know it'll happen. Nikhil, come and sit down. And Jane T. Kanani is also with us, co-founder and CEO of Polygon. Mohandas, you are passionate about India's startups, India entrepreneurship. We were just talking, the High Commissioner, and you heard it probably, about this just wonderful entrepreneurship, this startup nature in India. What is it, Mohandas? What is it about this wonderful country that produces such entrepreneurs and such a wonderful startup environment?
Well, you must know that India is an entrepreneurial country, like the High Commissioner said, and we have a great number of entrepreneurs. We've been a free trade market throughout our history till 1950. And we've done very well. We are once the richest country in the world. Now we see a young generation of entrepreneurs coming up using technology to create new businesses, new engines of growth, and great innovation. You have Nikhil Kamath there with you, and Nikhil is an epitome of how to build a great business. He and his brother have built Zerodha with zero capital, and they are worth many billions of dollars today and making enormous amount of profits. And the largest, trading platform for the stock market in India with maybe 9-10 million. I don't know how many millions he added today. So we're seeing this kind of growth. To give you some data, we have 104 unicorns who have created about $400 billion of value. We invested about $112 billion from 2014 till now. we had about 16 unicorns coming up this year from January. I think it's 20 unicorns because June is over, from January to June. And by 2025, will be about 250 unicorns. And we'll be $1 trillion digital economy in the startup ecosystem, which is today close to $500 billion and maybe more. So we are seeing a digital revolution in play, led by young entrepreneurs leveraging technology. We have 5 million people working in technology. Bangalore has 2.1 million people in technology, the highest for any city in the world, much more than Silicon Valley. And by 2030, we'll have maybe 15, 18 million technology people working there all across India, because we are hiring nearly 1.5 million people in technology this year and next year. You can imagine the kind of excitement there is, the kind of growth there is, and that is what makes us all passionate. So I'll just end by saying, I like the High Commissioners making a statement for the next 25 years. We got to look forward. And I think the UK and India should build a digital high-tech partnership, because we are living in the digital world. And this is what is going to create a $10 trillion economy for India by 2032.
A digital high-tech partnership. Nikhil Mohandas basically did my introduction for me, so I don't need to say anything about what you've achieved. But how do we build that digital high-tech partnership? I mean, what Mohandas said then, you could just cut it and put it on social media, and that's everything you need to know about India, its entrepreneurship and startup nature. How do we forge an even closer relationship when it comes to digital and technology?
Yeah, so culturally, I think we've always been close, the UK and India. But if you look at trade between the two countries, I don't think we're at the level that we should have been, considering the history we've shared. A lot of it could be to do with things like capital controls. It's hard for Indians to invest outside of India, and probably hard for people from here to come in there and invest. I would say one of the solutions at the very beginning is probably to get boots on the ground in a way, get more Indian tech entrepreneurs to spend time here in the UK. Like we were talking earlier, Alex was saying how they will do something to make the visa process easier, instigate people from there who are doing well in tech to spend time here. And we should do the same for the people here. And I think when you put a bunch of entrepreneurs together in a room and they kind of like spend a lot of time together, I think ideas could develop from there very organically.
Jainty, what do you think? Besides getting these wonderful entrepreneurs in a room together, which is a fantastic idea, what else can we do to build that bridge to ensure that it's got a nice free flow of talent between both sides?
Yep. So I always talk about two things. So one word is a non-crypto world and one word is a crypto world. So people always go with the simple financial word and saying, okay, let's build the bridges between the countries and create a platform to start a conversation. In crypto world, mostly everything is kind of global to start with, right? For example, we started out of India when there was no blockchain or crypto world at all, right? And we raised money outside India, from outside India. Like we had investors from US, we had investors from Asia. So if you if you think about like a blockchain, crypto world or next generation tech world, most of the time, like if you attract like good talent, as Nikhil said, would be enough, right? For example, Dubai is trying to kind of get some people from India to Dubai itself, and many have moved there, right? And it created the ecosystem there, right? Now, like people just talking, meeting every day over the weekends, sharing the new ideas and creating the whole.
What's going to get you back to India? Why Dubai? Tell us why you're not in India, staying in India. Why Dubai?
So for Dubai,
what do they need to do to tempt you back? Because I'm sure they'd like to have you.
Definitely. So Dubai has the advantage of having kind of good time zone. First of all, easy access to everywhere. For example, like we are traveling a lot to New York, UK, everywhere. So Dubai is a best good hub. UK is definitely a second good hub for that. But visa process again, like is very painful here and it's very hard to get here. So there is one thing you can kind of think about, like releasing for this visa processes and the other processes, investing processes for the entrepreneurs and other next generation entrepreneurs, basically, that would kind of create the whole ecosystem here.
Mohandas, you're smiling as I speak to Jainty. Why are you smiling?
Well, I'm sure they all gone to Dubai as they've got better regulations for crypto. There's more capital available there, a much freer market, and they set in new norms. So I guess Dubai is becoming the crypto center for the entire world. And young people who are innovators will go to places which are got easy on regulation and which allow them to grow. Just like people came to London, remember when they could build a global business. But I want to take off from what Nikhil said. What do we do next for the UK and India since the High Commissioner is here? We got to build bridges between the innovation centers. Cambridge has got a beautiful high-tech biotechnology center. Put them in touch with CCAM, our biotechnology hub in Bangalore, and create a biotechnology accelerator in Bangalore. Create a incubation hub from the UK, East London, I think, up to T-Hub in Hyderabad. Get them all together, create that living bridge. And then create a high-tech manufacturing, space technology, or electronic technology, or 3D printing, which UK is very good, deep technology with Bangalore. So we got to connect this kind of network and create a network and do joint R&D. Imperial College should work with our Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. Bangalore has got an art park, an artificial research technology park. Why can't Imperial College do something with Bangalore in the art park? So they work together. We can do so many things in so many different areas which are redefining the future. What I would like is for young people in UK to come together and reimagine the business with young people from India like Nikhil and everybody else who's come there for this iGlobal event, and see in the next 25 years, what are the things we must invest in. And let me make a confession. People in power in the UK and people in power in Delhi are part of the old generation. Barring Prime Minister Modi, I think in Delhi, they're not very attuned to what is happening in the digital world. The future is digital. And you've got the best people sitting there on the dais with the High Commissioner, and they can make the magic work.
The future is digital, isn't it, Alex? Isn't it?
Yeah, it is already.
Yes.
I mean, the present is digital, frankly. It's just how much more digital? A lot more, I think, is the answer.
Yeah. You've heard them all speak.
Yeah, what can governments do? So first of all, don't get in the way, because that is kind of what a government has to do. You can think together, I agree. You can think together, including about things like future crypto regulation and stuff like that, because we're going to have to do more of that. You can research together, you can enable research together, I completely agree, because you do have centres of excellence in both the UK and India. You need an FTA which is actually going to help. India is quite cautious about liberalisation of digital, I understand that, but if Indian companies are going to go international, they're going to need to, you're going to have to allow the flow of data. That is always a delicate political issue in any country, but I think that is something which we are going to have to crack over the next few years, how we do that. And you're right, you just have to put the talented people together. Actually, the UK has some fantastic ecosystems for tech, and you see that certainly in the city we're sitting in now. And you just have to enable that and not stop it, is the simple answer. I don't think the UK is never going to be Dubai. It's a different sort of a country, and that's fine. But I think we do have to offer something which is going to attract the world. One of the great things about this country is it does attract talent from all over the world. It's an unusually global place, and we have to continue to do that and not be complacent.
Nikhil, you've shaken up broking, you're shaking up wealth, ultra high net worth individuals, high net worth individuals, you're disrupting the asset management industry. How? What drives you to just keep on getting better, doing new things, shaking up the industries that you've shaken up so far?
Yeah, so to be really candid, I don't think we did anything path-breaking. At the very core of all that we do, we try to bring in simplicity, and we've built a simpler solution to everything which had a very complicated solution in place. And I think that might have worked for us quite a bit. And I have to say for Alex, I had the privilege of going to meet Alex in his home in Delhi when he first arrived in India. I think Alex is the picture that the UK should be selling. You know, here's this High Commissioner who rides a cycle everywhere, comes to Bangalore and eats dosas, and how approachable he is. If people in India were to recognize that level of approachability and we were to reciprocate, I think a lot more trade would happen between the two countries.
Mohandas, let's clap. Are you clapping? Are you clapping, Mohandas? Is that right? The approachability.
Yeah, approachability, yes. Because, you know, I've not traveled to Delhi to meet Alex, and Alex didn't meet me when he came to Bangalore. Possibly, you know, now Nikhil is a new game in town. But I worked with his predecessor, you know, Dominic, and Dominic came to Bangalore to meet us again just 3 weeks ago. It was fantastic. And I worked with the Deputy High Commissioners in Bangalore. They've been very good people. And but, you know, I want a great digital partnership and a document signed between Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Modi the next time they meet. I want a digital partnership, a high-tech partnership, something exciting. I want a UK-India fund to be created for £1 billion to invest in startups with the India connection in the UK and UK connection in India. So both companies, both work together. Because the CDC is doing a fantastic job in India. It has to be so much time bigger. I would like many PhD scholars from the UK to come and work in India in our research institutes into companies. I would like maybe 20,000 UK young people in Bangalore working with the digital companies, because we are 2.1 million people working in the digital area in Bangalore. I would like to see it go by a scale of 10, because to me, UK-India is a great partnership in the 21st century, because the UK has something India needs. That is, you know, let us say design, great products, innovative ideas, great deep technology. And India has something the UK needs in terms of a market, a great talent in software, and the ability to grow the economy in the next, 7, 8, 10 years. In the next 10 years, India will add nearly $7 trillion to a GDP. Now that Brexit has come, in UK and India should join together, and we're going to see a burst of innovation. And we're going to celebrate that, put our history behind, look at the future, and get the future together and make it much, much more exciting.
Sorry, High Commissioner.
No.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, nod.
The only thing which doesn't grow by 10 is British public spending.
Yes. I've got to ask JT really quickly before we wrap up a real crypto geeky question. JT, Bitcoin, 69,000 in November. We were going to the moon. Look at Bitcoin today, 20,000. We've had lunar collapse. We've had Celsius freezing assets. We've got blue, whatever it's called, blue arrow, blue capital, whatever. Yeah, blue arrow in trouble. It's the crypto winter upon us. Is this why this room is so cold? What's happening?
I didn't expect this question from you. But I mean, you know, this is cycle, macro level, this is happening with the stocks and everything. I think this is not a place where you can get away from crypto. It is a time where you can get into the crypto, right? And obviously, like, this is a very new market. People are just understanding it. People are just getting into that. Yeah. So this will happen. There are some people who are not understanding the crypto very well, and then kind of took the leverage positions everywhere, and then got caught into some debt spiral. But I think, like, in the future, like, this is the way to go for the whole internet or for decentralization web. Yeah. So I would say, like, don't worry about that. Just
unless you bought at unless you bought at 69,000 in November. But it always every 4 years it tends to sort of go back up again, doesn't it? In the cycles. Gentlemen, it was brilliant, High Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mohandas, Nikhil, and JT. Thank you so much. Brilliant. And up next.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Well, I'm really excited about this next session because when we think about the future in the UK, in India, wherever you look, we have to think about the future of cities. They are the most productive places. They are engines of growth, of inclusion, and that's why so many people move to cities every single day. But they're also, as we know, the dirtiest, the most polluted, the most crowded. So as we design the future of how we want to live in cities, we have to link sustainability to that. And our next guest has built an incredible business over the last 12 years, focused on how we move around cities. So let's look into the future of mobility. Please welcome Bhavish Agarwal, CEO of Ola Cabs and Ola Electric. How are you today?
Hi, Edie. Thank you so much for having me here. Great. Apologies, I couldn't make it there in person, but great to be with you and the audience.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in person at some point. We'll work on your audio. It's coming in and out a little bit. But Bhavish, your LinkedIn profile is rather extraordinary. I was stalking you. Studied computer science and engineering at Bombay Tech, then an intern and an assistant researcher at Microsoft Research. Then you founded Ola, originally Ola Cabs. 12 years later, it's valued at over $7 billion, third largest ride-hailing app in the world. So did you think you were going to build a unicorn 12 years ago?
Yeah, thanks, Edie. I started off in 2010, and when I was starting off, I was 24 years old. So when you're that young and you get into business, you don't plan for 20 years or 10 years out. You want to actually just give an avenue to a lot of ideas and creativity. One thing led to the next, and today we are probably India's largest mobility platform and the world's largest. And you mentioned our ride-hailing business. In addition to that, we also operate India's largest electric vehicle company. So that's another big area of business.
So there are two sides you mentioned there, ride-hailing and the electric side. Let's start with the ride-hailing. How is life different for an Ola driver in the UK than it is for one in India?
Well, Edie, there are similarities and there are differences. The beauty of the ride-hailing business is that the consumer need across cities globally is very similar. Earlier the paradigm for moving around cities was either owning a car or going in public transport or costly taxi services everywhere. Now, with the ride-hailing, especially in countries like India, where personal ownership of vehicles as well as public transport is less penetrated, ride-hailing has been a boon in terms of options for the average consumer to move around cities. And even in the West, in cities like London, etc., it's been a similar story. People needed more options, convenient, accessible, and low-cost options to move around cities, and that's what ride-hailing has enabled over the last decade. But the bigger theme here that I highlight for you and for the viewers is these are actually not two different worlds. Ride-hailing, electric, autonomous. These are not different worlds. In a way, if you look at the biggest challenges for us as a society, as a global society, is climate change, is energy security for countries like India. And mobility is at the heart of this new challenge for society. So I actually believe over the next decade or two, some of the biggest innovations will happen in the field of energy and mobility. Like in many ways, the last couple of decades has been a lot of innovation in digital, in communications. But the next couple of decades, we'll see a lot of innovation, a lot of new businesses, a lot of new paradigms built in the field of energy and mobility, basically solving our challenges of climate change, of energy security, of access to mobility and transport for everybody across the world. And that's the place where Ola fits in. Ola is actually, in many ways, making this whole sustainable energy future truly accessible to humanity. Because if you think of either ride-hailing or electric mobility, it's not just a rich man or rich country's problem. To truly make it scalable, you have to solve it for the mass of humanity, and that's what we are doing in a country like India.
So let's look at the electric ambition that Ola has. Tell us about how much you want to grow this part of your business in the next couple of years.
If you look at the journey of electric over the last decade, the public discourse as well as the products built by companies has been dominated by what I would say luxury vehicles. They're very good iconic companies like Tesla, etc., which have built great products, but it's still products that are very premium or luxury oriented. Markets like India, markets like Southeast Asia, Latin America, etc., need a different paradigm and a different set of products. So that's what we are building. We are building, what I would like to say, Tesla for the West and Ola for the rest. So in that sense, the kind of products that we are building are focused on markets like India, consumers like here, where you need much more urban mobility-centric solutions. So our first product was an electric two-wheeler, and that has done really well in the India market. We are also now building electric cars for the $10,000 to $40,000 price point. In a way, India is a great microcosm of this whole paradigm, this whole segment of mobility, which doesn't get covered by what an American company might be building. Right? So that's what our focus is. In addition to these products, we're also doing a lot of core technology around the energy, be it building the cell technologies, be it building the manufacturing for the future energy technologies here in India.
So that's the battery, is that right? Is that, when you say the cell, is that, you mean the battery?
Absolutely, the battery cell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so you're focused on building that as well. I know that you've got 50,000 two-wheelers on the road. A week ago, I think you had about 5,000 customers, early adopters at your factory. Tell me what's been the reaction of these early adopters to the two-wheelers, to the mopeds?
The Indian consumer is actually one of the most intelligent consumers maybe across the world. Very value conscious, very globally aware, has access to all the information. So the Indian consumer expects the best products in the world at a fairly value conscious price. So we've been building for this audience, and the Indian consumer is absolutely ready for this electric revolution. And with companies like us increasingly building better products and offering them to the Indian consumer, this Indian consumer will actually be able to buy the best in the world and actually make India one of the world's leading markets for electrification. Now, what you mentioned, Edie, about having our customers in our factories, that's in a way how we build our engagement with the customers and our brand, having a lot more closer association with consumers, direct-to-consumer approach, and we recently opened our factory to all consumers. We invited all of them, and about 5,000 of them showed up. It shows the passion, the excitement consumers have towards electrification. So the journey of electrification in India has started over the last year or two, and it's going to be a much more accelerated journey compared to the West and compared to the other countries where it's been more gradual and organic. And in the next few years, my prediction is that in the next 3-4 years, India can be one of the world's leading countries in electrification, in adoption of electric, as well as just the scale of electric vehicles and new energy technologies.
Not everything is smooth sailing in any business, and with EVs, there have been a few bumps in the road. Concerns around battery life, not just with your vehicles, but with many electric vehicles. And I know that consumers worry about that. Where can they charge again? We know that a few mopeds caught fire. There was some concern around that. We saw your recall. Tell me how you've dealt with that and how it's impacted trust in Ola and what you've done as a result.
See, any new technology will have its own adoption curve and its own maturity, and also just all the stakeholders in society getting used to a new behavioral pattern and a new paradigm, essentially, right? Same is the case with EVs. Over the last 6-8 months, as we have launched in the market, EVs have hit scale in India, and as a result, there have been the odd challenge, and it's led to a much more stronger discourse in the public about how do you set the right regulatory framework for safety. And safety obviously is topmost priority for any technology, new technology paradigm to come into the market. And we actually have engaged with the governments. We've actually done a lot of educational efforts for all stakeholders across the ecosystem, consumers, regulatory bodies, etc., to help understand this new paradigm of electric mobility. Right. In many ways, actually, electric vehicles are much safer than gasoline vehicles. if you look at any scientific research, you will see electric vehicles have maybe 1/10 the risk of gasoline vehicles on any kind of fire hazard, etc. But it needs a lot more public discourse. It needs a new regulatory and policy framework, and we actually work with the government to establish that, to help establish that, and share our knowledge in that.
Petrol prices are high now, to put it very lightly, and that is helping demand for electric vehicles, not just in India, but around the world. They won't always be this high. So what do you need from government now in order to increase take-up, sustain interest?
The Indian government is actually, I would say, one of the most progressive governments in the world in terms of putting a policy framework as well as like an incentive structure, one of the leading incentive and policy frameworks in the world for electrification. At a state level, at a central level, at a manufacturer or a consumer level, it's one of the most sophisticated, forward-looking frameworks I have seen anywhere in the world. Now, the adoption of electric will not depend on gasoline prices. It'll have its momentary impacts up and down as gas prices move up and down. But in general, in the longer arc of time, I don't believe petrol prices make a big impact up or down for electric adoption. The fact of the matter is that, like I said, climate change is a societal imperative challenge for us to address. And electric vehicles are the best bet to address that. Electric, cell technology is the best bet to address that. As more and more R&D is happening across the value chain for electric, be it in lithium mining, be it in scaling up cell production, or making all of the supply chains more effective and capital efficient, the transformation to electric will only get more easier. And I see that across the board. So in that sense, petrol prices do help in the short term, but it's not a requirement for long-term adoption of electric.
We're examining how we could reimagine the UK-India relationship all across the next 2 days. I know that you do research and development in Coventry. What would you like to see even more of as a result of a free trade agreement between the UK and India?
The beauty of the India and UK partnership is that it's based on a shared value system, a shared cultural background and history, and also to a large extent shared aspirations for the future. I think the UK has big aspirations for the future in terms of technology. In terms of creating UK as a hotbed of technology innovation, especially given its strong startup ecosystem and the academia ecosystem that exists in the UK. And India is a very aspirational country. The youth is very aspirational. The startup ecosystem is probably one of the most vibrant in the world. So in that sense, there's a lot of synergy and a lot of shared interests and history going into this partnership. I would say, if you look at entrepreneurs in India, many of them are looking at UK as a talent center, as a market, and vice versa. I know a lot of my friends in the UK who are looking at India as a talent center and as a market. So this kind of a bridge that High Commissioner referred to is going to be very critical to the shared future of UK-India partnership. And also, the opportunity that this partnership offers is to truly define the paradigm of future technologies, because between India and the UK, you kind of got the whole world covered in terms of a developing economy, as well as India is in many ways a nice microcosm of the developing world across many geographies. And UK is a great example of what a developed world looks like. So the UK-India partnership can actually define the new paradigms when it comes to technologies like crypto, like autonomous vehicles, like 5G or beyond, or new energy technologies, flying cars, etc. There's so much new technology paradigms that have to be built, and this partnership can help define it for the rest of the world.
Perfect. Bhavish Agarwal, couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much for joining us. To those of you watching us, we'll be right back very shortly with our Reimagine debate. What is the idea of Great Britain? Bhavish, thank you very much. We hope to see you in person sometime soon.
Thank you, Edie. Look forward.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. So today we have tackled the future of mobility. We've talked about the future of trade, our digital future. So why not tackle the future of the United Kingdom as well? Post-empire, post-Brexit, post-pandemic. While it holds on to monarchy, but also thinking about its place in the Commonwealth as well. We've got too many authors here on stage, so I can't quote any of you, but I was perusing my former professor Paul Kennedy's book on the rise and fall of great powers. Came across Napoleon's words, "My power depends on my glory, and my glory is on the victories I have won. My power will fail if I do not feed it on new glories and new victories. Conquest has made me what I am, and only conquest can enable me to hold my position." Where does that leave us? And then there was Henry Kissinger's comment that the beginning of wisdom in human as well as international affairs is knowing when to stop, right? So, what should the UK be doing more of now, and what should it stop doing? We have a fantastic panel. I'll give a more in-depth introduction to each of you in just a moment, but please do welcome Lord Jonathan Marland. We have Dr. Tristram Hunt. We have Baroness Usha Bashar here. Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah.
The world knows now. And Honorable Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thanks very much for joining us. So, first question, very broad, but we'll ask for some pithy answers, and we'll just pick up the conversation as we go. What is your vision, Lord Marland, for Great Britain? How should it represent itself now?
Well, I think it's much more important the Prime Minister has a vision for Great Britain than me, to be honest.
And does he?
And I'll take any suggestions on a postcard because I don't have them. But I think, broadly speaking, the Prime Minister's got to lay out a vision for the future of Britain. It needs to include how Britain are going to be 10% more competitive than Europe and America in terms of regulation, in terms of taxation, to make it a very good place to do business, to make a good place for trade. It has some fundamental good things about it, the Victoria and Albert Museum, of course, but it has a pretty secure, touch wood, environment. It has a very strong rule of law, and these are fundamental things for business people and for people coming to this country, not just business people, to do it. And also, we've got a fantastic cricket team, and we're going to beat the SHIT out of India on Friday. So, I think,
words.
Sorry, that's too long. But I've said enough, I know. You're about to cut me off in my head.
All right. Tristan, what would you add to that? What do you make of this phrase, global Britain?
I like the phrase global Britain. I think Britain should have this sense of its kind of cosmopolitan place in the world. Britain has had a long trading and cultural history with many parts of the world, not least South Asia. I would agree with everything Jonathan says, and then I'd add the importance, along with the hard power that we're seeing at work supporting Ukraine at the moment, the importance of UK soft power. We are a very, very creative island, and whether it's music, whether it's drama, whether it's literature, whether it's museums, whether it's film, Britain has this great reach and strength. And my worry, sitting where I do at the Victoria and Albert Museum, is that policymakers don't give enough support to the long-term demands to kind of keep that going in terms of our education policy, that we have to keep that creative impulse at the heart of what we seek to do around the world, because we're very, very good at it.
Interesting. So having promised to give you guys a longer intro, I completely blew past those, but so I'll come back to your longer intros in a moment. Honourable Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament for, here we go, I'm going to be able to say it, Thiruvananthapuram.
Very good.
Not bad, not bad. Third term in the Lok Sabha. Also former Undersecretary General at the United Nations and the author of many books, including Inglorious Empire, What the British Did to India. So not always shall we say you're a friend at times of the UK, or a critical friend. But tell us, what do you think your vision for Great Britain should be?
Well, look, I mean, I think those who advocated Brexit had sort of two kinds of vision, both of which involved opening up Britain to the world, hence global Britain. One was the somewhat fatuously named Empire 2.0, which would have been a disaster since Empire 1.0 was such a bad idea in the first place. But the other was Singapore on the Thames. And I think Singapore on the Thames is still a rather nice idea, because if you can be this open economy with agreements, trade agreements with various countries and so on, and I like Tristan's soft power argument, the British Council should perhaps be given more resources along with the BBC to get some of that soft power out there. I can see a global Britain trading on equal terms with give and take with partners around the world.
Interesting. So let's pick up on a couple of things, Baroness. So just to give you your full introduction, crossbench peer, House of Lords, director and chair of a variety of public and private organizations, and actually was the first chair of the Judicial Appointments Commission and sat on the Iraq inquiry. There was a mention there of promoting democracy. So I wonder what role, we have Ukraine at the moment, the war in Ukraine. Give us a thought on what role the UK can play in that sense.
I mean, from my point of view, going back to the question about global Britain, and I will come back to the question of democracy, I think Britain has always been global. You know, seafaring nation, of course it had an empire, and post-Brexit, I think it's at a cusp in a way. You know, it's trying to define its role, what it needs to be, and I think the potential is phenomenal, because I think we've already heard the question of the soft power. I don't like the term soft power.
Why is that?
Because it's neither soft nor power, and I think it was invented well after Britain actually saw its soft power, because the British Council you mentioned was set up in 1934. It was to actually promote the soft power of UK. So I think Nye Bevan invented the word, and we sort of jumped onto it, but I think Britain had that vision in terms of its role going forward. And I think it has a real role to play in terms of connecting democracies, promoting its values and so on. But having said that, I do think that we are at a cusp. It could go either way, because you cannot promote values of democracy if you don't cherish them in your own country now. So I think our democracy does, in some ways, looks a little jaded at the moment. But I think we've got to make sure we sustain that, actually have that moral authority to have the convening power.
Jaded democracy, Lord Marlin. And just to bring that, let me give you your full introduction. Chairman of Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. You were the Prime Minister's trade envoy, Minister for Energy and Climate Change, Business, Innovation and Skills. So talk us a little bit through what your views are on Brexit now. A few years on, it's not necessarily going that well for many of us, but tell us what opportunities we might be able to see coming through now.
Well, I mean, the first thing, just picking up on the democracy point, which is it is a big question, is democracy dead? There is very poor leadership throughout the world. The Ukraine situation has put a real dividing line through democratically elected nations, normally would combine together to support and endeavour behind democratically elected countries against a horrendous invasion, but haven't done. So I think democracy in almost every country I know is under real threat. Short-term political thinking, short-term political decision-making in order to win the next election has become a real millstone around politicians' necks. As far as Britain is concerned, I agree with Tristan. I always agree with Tristan, funny enough. Is that Britain are incredibly well placed for all manner of reasons, some of which I enunciated earlier. We are a multicultural country. We have strong ties with many countries. People like to visit here because we're a reasonably tolerant society. And I think the foundations are there to do it. What we need now is a political drive and a political will to really give the Brexit dividend, some of the things I mentioned earlier. And that has got to happen, or else we'd let it go. It has been difficult. Let's not pretend. COVID has been a phenomenally awful time. We've lost lots of loved ones, and our thoughts go out to them now. But COVID has put a stop on so much endeavour and so much initiative. And I think it's going to be business in the end, and business people in this room here, who are going to really galvanise the world to get back to a semblance of working order. And Britain as a free trading economy, and other countries as free trading economies, will prosper very well because that is their determination. Those countries that aren't are going to suffer.
Josh, if we go back to that democracy point and the UK's value in terms of promoting, did you see that when you were at the United Nations? Did you often sidle up to the UK ambassador and say, I just need your help in something over here? Did you see that power?
He sidled up to me a few times. No, look, the truth is democracy is rather like love. It has to come from within. The best you can do is have the candlelight and the romantic music, but you're not going to be able to promote democracy to people who are not able to be democratic by instinct. And that's part of the problem, the flaw with the notion of democracy promotion. And I say this fully conscious of the fact that India was actually a larger contributor to the UN's democracy fund than Britain was. In fact, oddly enough, the US, India, and Australia were the big contributors to the UN's democracy fund, which did, in fact, attempt to promote democracy in various places with varying degrees of success. I think ultimately people will have to find their own systems of democracy and operate them to the best of their national genius. I'm not sure we're doing a terribly good job of that in India today. So it varies, but I'm not sure that Britain should take on this mantle of democracy promotion. It should be available should a country that's trying to be a democracy need help or advice or counsel or even assistance. But I think making it part of your flagship thing will again reek of the rather unfortunate civilizing mission that some late Victorians thought they were taking upon themselves to countries that have been civilized a long time before Britain was.
Bernice, do you want to come back on that?
I do, because I agree with you up to a point, but I think it's not kind of trying to implant democracy as they tried to do in Afghanistan or Iraq, but it's a question of the values that actually underpin democracies. And I think Britain can have that convening power because in a sense that it has over the years, through a soft power, had values. Because when I was at British Council, one of the things which was constantly said to me, they would want Britain to teach education simply because the values underpinned by that. So I think coming together in that sense is quite important. I mean, you're right. I mean, we can't impose and take the flag and say, we become democratic. But I think what Britain has to do is, with humility, be the convening power and promote the very values which will nurture democracies in these countries.
When asked by others.
Well, of
and
course.
by the way, on soft power, you should know the Alliance Française was established in 1870.
Yes,
the French beat you to it.
Of course I do. I know it is. But I just feel that we jump onto it because Joseph Nye coined it.
That's right, of course.
But
Just
started.
I feel that soft power is getting a bad look in here. Come on, let's stand up for what culture can do.
Yeah, I mean, on the democracy point, in which soft power plays a really important part, there is, for better or worse, institutional knowledge within the UK, because over the course of the 20th century, the UK, through colonialism and then post-colonialism, was writing, tens, if not hundreds, of written constitutions around the world. And they forgot to do one for the UK, but this was so. In terms of, as it were, civil society and structures connected to civil society, there's a prehistory there. But also, I think there's scaffolding that can be supplied for an ecology of democracy, and that's about free media, it's about free institutions, it's about well-functioning businesses, it's about the rule of law, it's about the judicial, and if you put all that in place, then you're giving democracy more of a chance. But we have to watch ourselves at the same time. We've seen what happened in America, where democracy, A, almost fell, and B, seems under a great deal of strain. And I think Jonathan's right. There's a kind of backwash against it at the moment. So without sort of overhyping the role of a museum of decorative arts, but the role of museums, whether it's the British Museum or the V&A or other institutions such as the House of Lords, are really important, because democracy is more than about a single vote at a single point. And that was always the kind of cancer of referenda, because they're incredibly divisive. They're sort of notion of a pure democracy, which then I think has terrible long-term consequences for the ecology of democracy, which we're dealing with, I think, in the UK at the moment.
Anything to add there, Jonathan?
Well, no one can add to a great voice like Tristan.
Let's move on to a free trade deal. You've thought a lot and quite deeply about trade. What do you think, Lord Marland, that a free trade deal between the UK and India really needs to have in order to make a significant difference for how we reimagine the UK-India relationship?
Well, it inevitably has to have a bold vision and serious trust on both sides. I'm very sceptical about trade deals on the whole. I advise the Prime Minister we'd never do a trade deal with America, which is going to be this panacea. Anybody who's dealt with the US FDA knows they're always going to try and better you, and we would inevitably come off worse from it. And I think that could be the problem with India. It's, you know, the principles.
What are you worried about?
Well, I'm worried about the Indians' approach to a trade deal. You know, I think the officials, the principals will, you know, grandstand and say we've done a great deal with India, and by the end of it, it'll be quite a narrow trade deal, which will be very complicated, and I'm afraid will end up in difficulties with the Indian bureaucratic system. Sorry to be frank about it, but that's just a point of view. So I think it's fraught with difficulties, and it's perhaps not the moment in time when it should be done. I think time needs to elapse where there's greater trust at a political level between both countries, and therefore there's much more positivity and an openness to it.
Shashi, I'm reluctant to ask you to speak on behalf of the government of India, but since you're coming to us from India, what would you say in return? Are we going to see a disappointing free trade deal?
I think Jonathan's skepticism is warranted in the sense that there has been a history of very protectionist approaches by the Indian government and the Indian bureaucracy, but we've been hearing some very positive noises from all those involved in the negotiations, both in Delhi and, as you saw today, right here. So people seem to be suggesting that some of the entrenched resistance is melting away. It's a challenge for another good reason, which is while, as we heard from the Diageo CEO, Britain has lots of whiskey and other goods to sell to India which could benefit from significant tariff reductions. India doesn't have that much more to offer Britain than Britain's already buying, and so what India can really offer is services, is people. And there the resistance here to visas, work permits and so on needs also to be overcome. So there's got to be a bit of give on both sides. And I think we may or may not be there. I think Jonathan speaks
How do you get over that resistance?
The visa issue is always going to occur on these things, and it's always going to be a problem.
How do you get through that resistance, though? I mean, we need people
India
here, right?
is a massive population. If you open the floodgates, this is the concern over here, you know, a small island finds it very difficult to cope. It's perhaps a small island mentality. We employ Indians. We love working with them, and they're phenomenally hard working and etc. I employ an Indian any day because of that. So it's a shame that we don't have this freedom of movement, but you can kind of understand the government that of being cautious about it.
What do you think, Baroness, that we could see from a wider cooperation between the UK and India? What would make a difference in a free trade deal? We know the concerns about visas. We know the concerns about bureaucracy and lack of trust. But what do you think would make a serious difference in order to make the relationship stronger?
I think what we need to do is not just look at it in a transactional way, because when you look at a trade deal, it's not transactional. I think what we got to build is this trust and understanding, and obviously it's not something we can hark back to the imperialistic relationship that we had with India. India's moved on, UK's moved on, so we've got to create a new kind of relationship, and I think building that trust at people-to-people level, may that be through creative industries, through diaspora and so on, and I think building that kind of relationship is going to be quite important going forward, because if you make cultural links, you make people-to-people links, you really understand, and I think you understand modern India, then I think the trade deal will actually be easier to manage, because at the moment I think there's a lot of hype, people say the stars are aligned, and I'm not as pessimistic as Jonathan. I think we may get a kind of a broad outline of a free trade deal. But I think it's the details, the devil is in the detail. It's the detail which will actually make the difference. But I do think that as two democracies, which are willing to come together, and geopolitically that relationship is very important. So I just think that we've got to look at it from that perspective. But I, for one, really think we've got to build that trust and people-to-people relationships really has to underpin this. If you see it purely as a transactional relationship, it will not last. I think that's what happened in Europe, because, you know, in my work I did in Europe, Britain saw the relationship with the UK, with Europe, purely transactional. And they did not have that emotional commitment that the Europeans had post-war. And I think that's really what happened. You know, the break came.
Can I just add to Sasha's point, which is a very good one, about services, because services aren't included in trade deals. And that is the big connection, connectivity, and works extremely well, doesn't it? So, I mean, that's a fundamental point. So there is a big trade deal with India. It doesn't need to be written down in paper because it exists.
Tristram, how do you collaborate with museums in India? How do you, if you don't, I imagine you don't need a free trade agreement to do that. Tell us how you collaborate and what you've seen as a result of that.
Well, I think this is a really exciting moment for museums in India. I think there's a sense that, first of all, wealthy individuals now who historically have always supported schools and hospitals and their communities are now also thinking about collections, and they're thinking about museums. So there are more private museums operating. And then I get the sense, both at state level and federal level, that there is a new enthusiasm and understanding for the importance of museums. And so whether there's going to be elections, I know, in Mumbai, and part of the process around that is thinking about the museums in Mumbai, which, you know, need investment and support. And then, of course, there's the Grand Projet, the 8th Delhi arising in terms of the transformation of New Delhi, and with that, new museums in the North and South Secretariat blocks. And so I think there's a real space for partnership and collaboration between UK and Indian cultural institutions and museums. And for us, we're excited by that, but we're also learning a huge amount, for example, from the Museum of Art and Photography in Bangalore, which is showcasing new approaches to digital understandings of collections and showcasing them in a much more nimble and effective way. So in a sense, the museums of, you know, India is leapfrogging some of the kind of historic components of traditional Western European museums and thinking much more sort of creatively and collaboratively in the physical and digital space at the same time. So I think this is a really rich and exciting area for us.
It'll be even more exciting if you send some of your things back to India.
Well, you say that, Shashi, but I think it's so important that people coming to London, and people coming to Paris, and people coming to Delhi, and people coming to Mumbai, see all these great collections, but also people here understand the brilliance of the tradition of making and design and craft in South Asia. The worst thing that can happen in the world is that you know, all of your museums are just telling your national story. And the wonder of the British Museum is that, you know, as it were, the British components are there as part of this much richer and global story. So we are always up for sharing our collections much more collaboratively in a spirit of partnership. But I think one just has to be careful of losing sight of the importance of museum collections for that cosmopolitan ideal of citizenship, which we all believe in.
Yeah.
One of the better answers I've heard.
Thank you very much.
So we don't need.
Not that I agree,
I absolutely agree with it.
So we don't need to send the Kohinoor back. It's absolutely fine to watch.
He's also got Tipu Sultan's tiger mauling a British Red Coat.
Yes, the Tipu's tiger is a work of great wonder. But so Tipu's tiger is a very interesting object because this is an Anglo-French Indian object. That this is a wind-up wooden automaton commissioned by the great Tipu Sultan, Tiger of Mysore, depicting a British officer having his neck ripped open by a tiger, and the tiger is sitting.
Who here has seen it? Has everyone here seen it? You know what it is? Yeah. It's rather magnificent.
It's brilliant, but it's a story of the interaction between colonizing forces in South Asia, resistance to them, and then the organ within it is made by, we think, French engineers. So this is a cosmopolitan entity, which tells these global
reflects
stories.
Indian cosmopolitanism at its finest.
Exactly.
And therefore belongs where Tipu Sultan had it to show visitors.
But there's a very strong case. We get equal representation from citizens and activists in Pakistan, that it should be in Pakistan, not... you see?
Sorry, Tipu Sultan is several thousand kilometers away from Pakistan.
I know, but you see, these objects have complicated lives.
No, not this particular object, I can assure you.
Baroness, you agree, though, that the objects should stay here?
Well, what I agree with is this cosmopolitan space, because I think we need to move on from this debate, because I think what Tristan was saying earlier, it's this better collaboration and it's mutual learning which is now taking place. You know, I mean, what you were saying in terms of the learning you're taking from the museum in Bangalore. So I think from my point of view, it's very important that we actually broaden the debate, and the time has come for collaboration, cosmopolitan approach. You know, we can have fun in terms of saying, you know, let's send these things back, and you know, we can laugh about these things. But I just think we got to move the debate on, because the artifacts, as you say, have a long history. And to me, the fact that Kohinoor is where it is, you can tell the history when people come. It stays there. And it only when we had the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, there was a program on BBC, and they took the whole history of the Kohinoor. So it actually was explained why it's there, and it needs to be there. And I think the same needs to happen others, because otherwise...
I mean, Shashi, I can see you squirming in your seat to get in there.
It needs to be there, sort of, you know, there it is, an object of theft sitting in the place where the burglar put it.
Precisely.
To my mind, that's why it's here.
Precisely.
And so when you go to the Tower of London and you see it there on the Queen Mother's tiara, you realise that this is the absolute symbol of British colonial loot.
Well, exactly.
That's why it sits where it doesn't belong.
So the point is, why do you want to send it back? It tells the story. No,
if you told that story with it, yes.
Because if it goes back, you know, you will not be able to tell the story of colonialism.
But the problem is, it implies you're saying to these Indians, you know, come and see what our grandparents stole from your grandparents.
But precisely.
I mean, that's essentially.
Precisely.
And you charge them money for it too. So it's easy to get into the Tower of London.
Maybe we can waive the fee.
We're waiting on our idea. I wanted to make sure we entertained with this particular debate. So, but I want to come back, Lord Marlin. Let's think about the Commonwealth, because we've really touched on empire here. What role does the Commonwealth play now? What role should it play?
Well, the Commonwealth is at a crossroads because several things. UK government has not funded the Commonwealth institutions during their term in office. They've spent quite a lot of time battling to change the Secretary-General, which has not been successful. In the old days, the Commonwealth would have come together with one voice, and it certainly hasn't done over things like Ukraine. It's becoming less. We've just had two new countries join, Togo and Gabon, which are sort of kind of outside the Commonwealth family, in that your first language was always English, was one of the reasons for being in the Commonwealth, that you had connectivity through that. Neither Gabon or Togo fit into that. I welcome them, of course, because it's more countries for us to benefit from. But it is at a crossroads, underfunded institutions, too much of a talking shop, not enough action. I accept my own organisation, which is thankfully going from strength to strength because people still believe in trade. And I'm afraid to say India is not coming to the party as it should do to really make it work. The Commonwealth could be a really good buffer to the Chinese invasion, as I said, commercial invasion, I should say. We have been asleep on our watch in terms of Commonwealth countries allowing China to start to dominate them, both commercially and through accessing their resources.
Could there be a Commonwealth free trade area?
There could. It would be at different levels, in that, you know, not every Commonwealth country is a free trade country. But you could start a Christmas tree of, say, 10 Commonwealth countries who believe in free trade and want an open free trade, and let other countries of the 56 join when they have adopted it. I mean, we now have Rwanda, a free trade company, Botswana, Namibia, of all adopting free trade. There's a African free trade agreement, which has happened unbelievably quickly and is so exciting. But having just come back from chairing the Commonwealth Business Forum in Rwanda, it was very disappointing that there were very few Indians there, a couple of handfuls. There were 1,700 people. All of Africa was there. What an opportunity. A lot of British, I'm glad to say. And it was a terrific event. I mean, it's very rare that you get 20-odd heads of state, royal family, 1,700 delegates from 62 countries, president of FIFA, chairman of the World Bank, a World Health Organization, the African Development Bank, the African Export Bank, 20 heads of state, multi-millionaires, billionaires. I mean, there are only 2 forums in the world that can attract this, and the Commonwealth still does it. And I really do think, message back to home, for those of you who've come from India, that you should be attending events like that. It is bereft without you, because India is represented by people in all of Commonwealth countries. They have lots of businesses in them.
Right.
They bring dynamic and change to all those countries, as you do as people.
Okay.
And we need you to engage. Sorry.
No problem. Final one thing, one word to describe what you believe Great Britain should be, Baroness.
I think Britain can be very innovative. Its strength is being eccentric.
Okay, that's 2 words.
With enormous potential.
Okay, that's 3 words.
So rather like Singapore on the Thames. I think it should really open up to the rest of the world, connect in all sorts of ways, as Singapore does.
Tristram?
Generous.
Okay.
2 words, global centre.
All right, let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. We're going to ask you to stay on stage just for a moment while I bring my colleagues Manoj and Mark up just to say a massive thank you. And Manoj Lwa, I believe, is going to come up as well.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm really good. I must tell everyone 2 things. Barbecue tonight in the courtyard. You're all invited, so please do turn up. And on Friday, we've got the Disruptors on the Thames, which is the IGF boat cruise, sail from the Embankment Pier, 10 a.m., speak to a member of staff or email welcome@indiaglobalforum.com. That'll end about 1:30. So Barbie tonight, please come courtyard, and Disruptors on the Thames on Friday. You're all invited.
Great. Well, I think that is it from us. Manoj, any final parting words?
No, just to say thank you. Weren't they so brilliant?
Yes.
And Meera Kaushik, my dear friend, leaned over to me and said, the wealth of information that she's gained from this afternoon, it just really triggered other innovative ideas for the next phase of her life as well. And I think that shares the sentiment of many of the people that I've been speaking to in the room today. And that's exactly what India Global Forum is about. Like I said, it's an open speech market. It's there to open ideas, open conversations. And this last panel has certainly triggered very many ideas. And Amish is going to be making his way across to the Tower of London. Straight after this. So now we've got a true British Indian barbecue in the courtyard. Everybody's really welcome to that, and we've got a jazz band that's going to be playing. So, and Shashi Tharoor is threatening to sing as well this evening.
Excellent.
I'm really sang for myself.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, join us for a drink.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.